Neville. Oh. Neville. Oh. Neville. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to start the program. Very good morning and warmly welcome you all, both the physical and online participants, to the Technical and Awareness Creation Program to commemorate the World Food Day 2022. Under the theme of Leave No One Behind for Better Production, Nutrition, Environment and Better Life. The program is collaboratively organized by the Sri Lanka Institute of Agriculture, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and the Department of Agriculture. For our online participants, hope we are audible enough and visualize clearly. We are happy to say that in addition to Zoom, you can join us through FB Live on the SLIAC FB page and live through the SLIAC YouTube channel as well. To start the program, it's my privilege to invite following dignitaries to light the traditional oil lamp as a positive spiritual ritual to dispeller of darkness. Dr. Jayantha Senanayaka, Director, Rice Research and Development Institute, Batalagoda, representing the Director General of Agriculture. Dr. Ajantha De Silva, former Director General, Department of Agriculture. Dr. Mrs. K.A.C.H.A. Kotalawala, Director General, Department of Animal Production and Health. Mr. Dhammika Ranatunga, Director General, Department of Fisheries. Professor Buddhi Marambe, Senior Professor, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya. Mr. K.E. Karunatilaka, President SLIAC. Professor S.P. Nisanka, General Secretary SLIAC. And Mr. Hiran Piris, Director NAICC. Please join with us for lighting the traditional oil lamp. Thank you. Now we are pleased to invite Mr. K. Karunatilaka, President SLIAC, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As our friend Roshan indicated, this program is jointly organized by the Sri Lanka Institute of Agriculture, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and the Department of Agriculture to commemorate the World Food Day 2022. We have invited our members as well as non-members. Therefore, I believe it should be one of my duties to give you a brief introduction about SLIAG, or Sri Lanka Institute of Agriculture, for your convenience. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2005, with the participation of about 150 professionals, those who were working in the government departments, institutions, semi-government organizations, universities, and the private sector got together and form an organization, and it was named as the Sri Lanka Organization of Agricultural Professionals, in short form, SLOPE. And in 2006, SLOPE obtained the membership of the Organization of Professional Association in Sri Lanka. Now we are the only organization which represent agriculture sector at the OPA. In 2019, the name of the organization was changed as Sri Lanka Institute of Agriculture, in short form SLIAG. As a professional organization, SLIAG believes and stand for scientific approach, eco-friendliness, sustainable development, food security and food safety, and enhancement of livelihood of stakeholders. At the same time, SLIAG promotes agriculture as a noble profession take actions to unite all professionals in agriculture in the country under a single umbrella, enhance professionalism among membership, promote moral conduct and sense of responsibility among agriculture professionals, and advise and intervene in formulation of agriculture and related policies as our main goals and functions. Ladies and gentlemen, with this brief introduction about SLIAC, I wish to draw your kind attention to the theme of the FAO World Food Day 2022. That is, leave no one behind for better production, nutrients, environmental, and better life. I believe that the SLIAC is the most qualified organization to organize this kind of technical and awareness program aiming to achieve better production in all subsectors with protecting environment for better life of our people. This is why we join hand with FAO and the DOA to organize today's program. In order to fulfill the objectives of this event, we have invited 5 most suitable resource persons, including the keynote speaker, to highlight current situation of each subsector and suggest some remedial measures to overcome crises which are faced by our farming community in the country today. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Vimlendra Charan, representative of FAO for Sri Lanka and Maldives. I know that these days you are very busy with programs to assist our farming community to overcome the prevailing crisis in the agriculture sector of our country. However, you accepted our invitation to grace the occasion as the keynote speaker. Not only that, your organization provides some resources also to organize this event in this nature. While appreciating your involvement, sir, I wish to welcome you for this program today. Mr. Nalin Munisinghe, Assistant Representative of the FAO Sri Lanka office, always encourage us to organize this event in this scale. He is also with us today. Mr. Munisinghe, you are welcome for this event. The Acting Director General of Agriculture is participating in a session of COPA in the Parliament today. Dr. Jayantha Senanayaka, Director RRDI, is here with us to represent Director General of Agriculture. Dr. Senanayaka, you are also welcome for the program. As mentioned earlier, we have invited 4 resource persons to cover all subsectors of agriculture. Therefore, I believe they are the most experienced persons with the thorough knowledge on particular subject area. 3 of them are here with us physically. Dr. Ajantha Silva, the former Director General of Agriculture, Mrs. Himali Kothalawala, Director General of Animal Production and Health, Mr. Dhammika Ranatunga, Director General of Fisheries, Ministry of Fisheries, are participating physically. You all are welcome as resource person of this session today. On our request, senior officials, the Department of Agriculture, Department of Animal Production and Health, Provincial Department of Agriculture, and other departments, faculties of agriculture, especially the University of Peradeniya and other universities, and private sector organizations are participating physically or virtually. All of you are warmly welcome for this program today. I forgot to welcome Mr. Dr. K.M.A. Bandara, who is coming through the Zoom to do a presentation. I welcome Dr. Bandara also. Finally, I wish to welcome all governing council members of the SLIAC and all members and non-members, those who are participating physically or through Zoom. You all are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Jayanta Senanayake, Director, Rice Research and Development Institute, Batalagoda, representing Director General of Agriculture, to express his views. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to everyone. All the dignitaries, former Director General of Agriculture and University Academia, representatives from Animal Production Health Department and Department of Fisheries, Department of Wildlife and Forestry, and all the other members of SLIAC and Chairman, Secretary, President and Secretary of SLIAC. On behalf of the Director General of Agriculture, it's my pleasure to offer warm wishes to SLIAC for organizing this important event to commemorate the World Food Day in collaboration with FAO. The DG and ADG research both requested me to mention about their apologies for being unable to attend this important event in person due to unavoidable circumstances. Every year, the World Food Day falls on October 16th. You know that. It highlights the necessity of millions of people worldwide who cannot afford a healthy diet and the need for regular access to nutritious food. Still, Sri Lankan people are not dying of hunger, but we should admit the fact that ability of the general public to access for enough quantities and nutritional qualities of food is becoming a big task or big problem due to insufficient production in the country and due to escalated prices and ever escalating prices of food items. As you know, the Department of Agriculture of the Ministry of Agriculture is the responsible entity for the research and development of the food crop sector in the country. To achieve the objectives and targets in the food crop sector, DO is working with the other government agencies such as Mahawali Authority, Irrigation Department, Department of Agrarian Services, Department of Meteorology, Provincial Councils, Department of Agriculture of Provincial Councils, universities, and the international agencies such as FAO, UNDP, IMI, and the private sector. The DO always acknowledges the enormous support extended to the food crop sector of the country by the FAO and hold it in very high esteem. The country became self-sufficient in rice 2010 onwards. You know, the per capita consumption is 107 kilogram per head, and maize in 2015. However, there is a higher demand for maize due to the developing poultry sector in the country. Therefore, we have to produce more. Now, the country has been able to meet the local demand sufficiently for some of the crops, such as groundnut, cowpea, finger millet, gingerly, and shallot. Recently released chili and maize hybrids have contributed to increase the local production to a considerable extent. A considerable number of varieties, which bear high yields and high qualities and associated technologies, have been released by the research institutes of the Department of Agriculture. So these findings and these technologies unveiled along with varieties are helping to have better yields from the food crop sector and thus reducing the cost of production cost for farmers also. The divisions of extension, seed and planting material, and seed certification are working very hard to regain production levels of food crops in the country, which were hindered due to the unavailability of sufficient amounts of inputs for farming in the recent past. You know, with some policies, changes in the policies, the country had to face some difficulties, especially for farming community. NRMC and the socio-economic division of the DOA are playing vital roles in gathering and providing required data for the DO and the country. Thus, they help us develop in the food crop sector. NICC is making a big effort to take the technologies to the farmers and other interested groups in the country. It is evident for everybody. The FAO's involvement for importing chemical fertilizers to the country recently is a very big hope for the farming community of the country, and we hope you will continue this support in the future too. Besides recent difficulties faced by the farming communities of the country, the DO has to tackle the climate changing scenarios. Unexpected weather patterns may bring about high crop losses, depriving quantity and quality of food for people. DO has already taken steps to address vulnerabilities of food crop sector to climate change scenarios. Support from the universities and the other agencies for this is highly appreciated. The DO needs support from you all for the development of the food sector in the country. I hope the eminent scientists from SLIAC may help us in this regard, giving proper advices and active involvement. Finally, on behalf of the Director General of Agriculture, I wish SLIAC a successful day and hope your efforts will bring a better world for people in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So one small notice for online participants. If you have any problems with joining us through Zoom, FB Live or YouTube Live, you can join us through www.sliac.lk, our official website. So you also can join with that as well. So with this, we are going to start the technical sessions as per the agenda. Technical session consists of 5 technical presentations, including the keynote speech. The technical session will be moderated by Senior Professor Buddhi Marambe, one of the Vice President of SLIAC and Senior Professor in the Department of Crop Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to everyone. I consider it's an honor today to introduce the keynote speaker of this very special event. And thanks a lot to the Sri Lanka Institute of Agriculture for choosing me for this occasion. Mr. Vimrendra Sharan, the country representative to the Food and Agriculture Organization for Sri Lanka and Maldives. He is our keynote speaker at this very special occasion where Sri Lanka Institute of Agriculture jointly organized and joined the bandwagon with Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and Department of Agriculture in commemorating the World Food Day. The theme of the World Food Day this year, 2022, is Leave No One Behind. That has special significance to a country like Sri Lanka at this very crucial juncture, a crucial moment where we strive hard to ensure, regain the positions that we have held in terms of food security. It's especially true, especially effective, and of special significance, as I told you. Leave no one behind during the process at which Sri Lanka is now striving hard for better production, better nutrition, and better environment to ensure better livelihood for all Sri Lankans. Under this backdrop, I'm introducing Mr. Vimrendra Sharan as our keynote speaker. Mr. Vimrendra Sharan holds a degree in economics from St. Stephen's College of New Delhi, India, and also an MBA in public policy obtained from University of Birmingham in United Kingdom. He brings with him 30 years of national and international government leadership experience, especially focusing on rural development, agriculture, and food security related issues. He's actively involved in agriculture and food policy formulation, working with the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare when he was working and involved and engaged in New Delhi and India. Mr. Vimrendra Sharan, has held many responsible positions in United Nations agencies, which are too numerous to mention at this particular moment because of the time limitations that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, It's a privilege and an honor to invite Mr. Vimlendra Sharan, the FAO country representative for Sri Lanka and Maldives, to grace the occasion by delivering the keynote speech. Over to you, Mr. Sharan.
Thank you, Professor Marambe, and thanks a lot for that introduction. I don't think I deserve half of what you said. I'm humbled to be in the presence of all dignitaries today, most of whom are definitely much more qualified than I am on matters of agriculture and food. As you heard, my education is in economics and public policy and not in agriculture or not in agriculture research. But I am, by fate and chance, working in this sector for a long time, first with Government of India and then with the United Nations. So along the way, I have picked up certain understanding of the sector, certain nuances of the work in food and agriculture. And that's the background with which I speak today. First and foremost, I must congratulate Sri Lanka Institute of Agriculture, SLIAG, for organizing this event, which to my mind is extremely important, perhaps more so because this is bringing together the thought leaders and the people who are actually at the cutting edge of both research and implementation. And that is extremely important because it is voices like yours, it is ideation at conferences like this, which really adds to an effective policy change as we go forward. World Food Day, we all know, is commemorated on 16th of October every year. We also know the reason. The reason is, for those who don't, this is the day FAO was founded way back in 1945 in Canada, and at the initiative of the then US President Franklin D. Roosevelt. Since 1979, the UN adopted 16th October, the birth date of FAO, as the World Food Day. And the way I look at it, it is not just a celebratory day. It's a birthday, which is normally a celebration, but it is a day to actually pause, reflect, deliberate, and then move on. And that's exactly what this meeting today, this convention today, this workshop today is doing. Taking a pause. Yes, we have congratulated each other on the wonderful work we have done, but we have to pause. We have to look back and realize that despite bringing down hunger over the last many decades, we are today at a juncture, not just in Sri Lanka, but globally, where the hunger curve is going up for the last 3-4 years now. In the first instance, when it went up, we all thought it may be a blip and it will turn back again and we will get back on the course. But unfortunately, global events and national events overtook much of the progress that we had achieved. And we now find the world actually staring at increased number of hunger hotspots and at ever increasing hunger figures. As we speak, about 800 million people in the world are going to bed hungry. They are suffering from chronic hunger. They do not know where their next meal is coming from. And I'm not even talking of those who are suffering from malnutrition. If we add those figures, then nearly 50% of the world's population is either suffering from hunger or suffering from one form of malnutrition or another. Even in Sri Lanka, though hunger has not been a major problem for over the past many years, the graph now is slowly but surely changing. And all of you have read press reports, whether they be FAO, WFP, crop and food security assessment reports, whether they be the UNICEF reports, whether they be the report which emanated from Red Cross Society yesterday. We all have seen that hunger is on the rise. Those who were consuming 4 meals a day have come down to 3, from 3 to 2. Negative coping mechanisms, both at consumption and at livelihood levels, have started impacting nearly 90%, 80% of the population. People are buying on credit, people are going in debt, people are cutting down on meals, people are cutting down on nutritious meals. Prices of chicken, egg, fish have gone through the roof. Accessibility is an issue. So these factors are impacting Sri Lanka as much as they are impacting the global world all around us. And it is in this scenario that today's or this year's World Food Day gave the clarion call of making it a theme of leaving no one behind. In any economy, if you see around the globe, there is hardly an economy which is equitable. Sri Lanka is no exception. You come to Colombo and you will hardly feel that there is a crisis in this country. But you travel around the country and you scratch the surface and you understand how the rural people, the vulnerable, the poor, the women, the children, how they are suffering. It's a highly inequitable society here in our own country, in Sri Lanka, as well as in the globe. And what happens in an inequitable society? All of us are aware that in any society which is inequitable, the voices always belong to those who are powerful, the haves. The voices never belong to the have-nots. And as long as the voices belong to the haves, there is always a chance that those who are vulnerable and those who are poor will be left behind. And therefore, it is imperative for people like you and me to really come together and raise our voices to ensure that the last person on the street gets what he deserves, that no one goes to bed hungry, that no child suffers from stunting, no child suffers from wasting. And this is an onus on all of us today. Yes, we are doing well in certain fields. Yes, research is happening. Yes, new varieties are coming in. Yes, new technologies are coming in. But is that enough? And that is the question which we really, really need to answer. Sri Lanka, you will all agree, is facing multiple threats today, both external and internal. There is a huge pressure on the commodity market. The prices internationally are going up. There is a huge pressure on the oil market. Prices are going up. The world economy has not gone into a recession, but there is a very bright chance that it may. There is a huge pressure on the world economy. The Russian-Ukraine war is right there and it's refusing to go. Multiple flashpoints, whether they be Syria, Yemen, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, multiple countries in Africa, multiple hotspots have come up. Hunger hotspots have come up. Now, when we sit in meetings like this or seminars like this, there is a need to understand that yes, those aspects of external happenings are influencing the country. And it is important that we do understand what is impacting Sri Lanka and how to save our country from those external impacts. But it is also equally important for us to understand how much can we influence that. And if we cannot, should we be paying more attention to that? Should our statements and our work be more on those issues which we are not in a real position to impact? Or should we look inwards and find out what are the problems within the country which we can impact and which we can work on and which we can sort out and solve? My sincere appeal to all of you is that we must have the wisdom to separate the two, to understand what we can influence and what we cannot. And we must have the courage to then work honestly on those issues that we can influence and change. And that is the only way that we cannot move forward. So what is it that we can work on? And for that, what we should be looking at is what are the problems which face us. And the problems are right there staring at us. Sri Lankan agriculture, for all that we talk about the pluses, we know that it has stagnated at plateaued at a particular level. And what we really need to do is to push it up exponentially. We cannot be reinventing the wheel now. We have to learn from best practices around the world. We have to get integrated into the research, global research that is happening in the world. And we have to bring in those policies in the country, those technologies into the country, those innovations into the country. It is not my contention nor my belief that technology will replace the farmer. In fact, it should not. But I am convinced that the farmer with technology must replace the farmer without. And therefore, research, technology, innovation, science, evidence, these are the things that we need to work on. What are the solutions to the hunger problems in the country? What are the solutions to the productivity issues in the country? What are the solutions to the excessive dependence on import to the country? Is it next to impossible for us to really work on, for example, ensuring that adequate amount of seeds are available for vegetable growth in the country? Why are we so dependent on imported seed varieties? Is our research system so weak? Is our agriculture system so weak? I don't think so. I think we need to just focus more. I think we need to put the correct policy prescriptions in place to ensure that we tackle these issues, to ensure that we move beyond and that flattening curve takes an exponential rise and goes up. These are our internal enemies, if I can so call it. Sri Lanka is an island country. Our country is beautiful. We live in a small island country, and I do not see very major military threat to this country coming from anywhere. Our threat is internal. And the internal threat is actually our food, our hunger, our agriculture, our production. Those are our enemies. And you are our soldiers. And if you as soldiers are willing to take that challenge, only then we can win this war, because this is nothing short of a war. Climate change, food, hunger, agriculture, production, these are actual wars we are fighting. And the war is at our doorstep. The fact that we are surrounded by ocean on all sides does not in any way exempt us from the influences of what is happening. You know, there's an old saying, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But it's not true anymore. It's a hyper-connected world. Whatever is happening in any part of the globe will have influence here, and therefore we have to strengthen ourselves from within. If we are strong inside, I am sure that we will be able to present a very strong face up front to the external enemies of hunger and agricultural stagnation. And that is where I think we have to move ahead. I know this is a crisis period, and I know that most of us are thinking in terms of quick fixes, thinking in terms of short-term solutions. Yes, it is important. I'm not taking away from the fact. I know that even FAO is taking measures to ameliorate the situation of the farmer by bringing in chemical fertilizers. But is that what is FAO? Is that my work? And if I think that that is the end all be all of my existence in Sri Lanka, I think I should close shop. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to ensure that while we do bring the inputs, are we as agencies responsible for promoting good agriculture practices in the country, are we succeeding in ensuring that the agricultural practices are improving, that the fertilizer use efficiency in the country, which is stagnating at about 30%, is improving, that better nutrient management policies are in place, that better pest management policies are in place, and work is happening on that. That's my job. And that's your job. Yes, please do work for the crisis, but also take the crisis as an opportunity. It has given us an opportunity to intervene very deeply into the policy framework to ensure that we take a medium to long-term view of agriculture. Agriculture may be defined by Maha and Yala season, but trust me, agriculture is a continuum. It was there pre-crisis, it is there in the crisis, it will remain there after the crisis. Agriculture is a continuum, it's not going anywhere. And therefore, this is one sector which we really, really need to work hard with and bring in a very systemic approach to the thing. The siloed approach with agriculture sector is not speaking to environment, environment is not speaking to energy, energy is not speaking to transport. That's just not going to work. They are all integrated. There is no way that agriculture and food security of the country can be attained without looking at energy situation in the country. There is no way we can attain it without looking at the climate change and environment situation in the country. It is a very integrated exercise. And I think we have miles to go before we take a systemic view and before we bring in policies which are systemic in nature. Many a times, I still need to refer to 10 places to just try and understand the various impacts which are coming in, because there is a lack of coherence which still persists. And I'm saying this not as a term, as something to be critical. I'm saying this because I take this opportunity, as I said in the beginning, to pause and to reflect. And that's why in my reflection, I find that we need to do much more to bring a systemic approach in the country. And that's the reason why I'm saying that we must make use of this crisis. Churchill, in one of his addresses during World War II, had said that the bigger the crisis, bigger the opportunity. So if we are sad about the crisis, let us take hope in the fact that the crisis has given us an opportunity to work harder. It is therefore incumbent upon all of us, upon you, upon researchers, upon practitioners, upon technology people, upon a host of scientists and researchers who are here, practitioners who are here, to raise your voices and come together. In any democracy, voice matters. The people who are sitting in positions of power, the people who are the policymakers in the country, respond to strong voices, always, negative or positive. My sincere plea is that let us come together and raise a strong positive voice, because in any democratic setup, that is of extreme importance to ensure that what we talk about is heard. So the community, the whole scientific community of agriculture, the whole practitioners community, the whole researchers community must come together and talk in one voice to bring forth effective policy changes. The task and objective today, as we sit together and think, is to really ideate and work collaboratively across sectors and to design feasible solutions. That's another point which I wanted to elaborate. You have to understand that pure research is extremely important. But along with pure science and pure research, what is of great importance for development of agriculture is how to transfer from the lab to the land, how to find workable, practicable solutions. What will work in the country context? What will work today? What will work tomorrow? What can come? What is still further down the line? And those are the things that we need to understand, and at conferences like this, ideate and find solutions to. You all are, as I said in the very beginning, I am humbled in your presence. You are definitely more qualified technically. You have a superior intellect than I have in matters around agriculture, science, food, nutrition. And I am thankful to be part of this community where such eminent people are working on these issues. So I would really request all of you through this conference today to think of the crisis, but to take a wider view and to think of the whole sector, to think what is lacking, to find the problems, address them, come to solutions. There is no silver bullet. There is no magic wand. It is not as if we finish the event today and come out of the room and everything will be fine in Sri Lanka. It's not going to happen. It is a long, long battle. And we have to understand that we need to, we must, we have to win this battle. There is no way that mankind, humankind, can fall prey to hunger. There is no way. And therefore, we have to strategize. Only a good strategy can win a war. A good general is the best strategist. So you all have to strategize and ensure that the farmers who are the foot soldiers who are actually working in the field work as per the strategy that you have developed, work as per the advice that you give, work as per the science and research that you come with. That is how I would think we should celebrate World Food Day. That is how I think we should take the World Food Day forward. I am convinced we have enough resources, we have enough finances, we have enough intellect, and we have enough knowledge to finish hunger. It is just that we have not given it enough priority. The day we give it adequate priority, I think the world will be without hunger. And that is the dream with which FAO was set up in 1945. Some cynics have lost that dream, but I am still hopeful and I still dream that within my lifetime, which by God's grace, hopefully will last another 20 years at least. Within my lifetime, I will be able to see a world where hunger is not an issue on the global level or on our beautiful country or in our beautiful country, Sri Lanka. So with those words, I will come to this conclusion of my remarks and wish all of you at SLIAG and otherwise the very best, not just for this conference. I'm sure this will be a beautiful day for all of you where you will come up with the best ideas, but even for your journey ahead. So thank you for inviting me. My apologies for not being there in person. It looks a beautiful candy scenery right ahead of me, beautiful green trees right behind where you all are sitting. It would have been a pleasure to be with all of you, but could not. My apologies, and thank you once again for getting me to allowing me to join and to share my thoughts with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vimalendra Sharan, the FAO country representative for Sri Lanka and Maldives, for delivering the keynote address. Agriculture is a continuum, and the chain links in this continuum has been broken at several locations. We are in a crisis, as you said, but the important part, I'm repeating what you said, Mr. Sharan, the crisis had to be turned into an opportunity. And thank you very much for presenting eloquently the ideas that you had in your mind, how FAO also can contribute in supporting this country's journey towards achieving food security and many more. And thanks a lot once again for gracing this occasion. Though you're online, you could not make it on ground. We do understand the circumstances. We really do not want to miss you as well for the next 2 to 3 hours, despite your busy schedule. We sincerely hope that you'll be able to join for the next 4 presentations to the best of capacity that you have and the time that you can spend to listen to key stakeholders who are responsible for delivering goods with respect to achieving food security in this country. Once again, on behalf of Sri Lanka Institute of Agriculture, let me extend you a big thank you for joining us today as the keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are on ground and online, let's give a big round of applause appreciating the services rendered by Mr. Vimalendra Sharan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So with that excellent and eye-opening presentation, we can have a refreshment break. The tea will be served on the rooftop, please be back on your seats. Since we are a little bit ahead, we can back on our seats by 10:50 and 50. So normally we schedule it for 11 o'clock, but we can make it advance. So online participants also please be back with us at 10:50. Thank you very much.
product of Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya. He obtained his BSc degree in agriculture and then joined the Department of Agriculture as a research officer, and he was located at the Regional Agricultural Research and Development Center at Arlagangala in the dry zone, North Central Province, which is the hard core or the core of Sri Lankan agriculture. While in service, he obtained his PhD from University of London in United Kingdom in 1999. And based on his qualifications and experience, he was then appointed and he assumed duties as Deputy Director of Research at the Regional Agriculture Research and Development Center, Arlagangala, since year 2000. He was later promoted as Additional Director at the Field Crops Research and Development Institute, Mahilupallam in 2014, and as the Director of the Natural Resources Management Center at Peradeniya in 2016. He later assumed duties as an Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, that was in 2019, and was appointed the helm of the Department of Agriculture, being the Director General of Agriculture from August 2021 until his official retirement in early October 2022. Dr. Ajantha de Silva, during his illustrious career, was a member of the Soil Science Society of Sri Lanka, and of course, a member of the Sri Lanka Institute of Agriculture. He has authored several book chapters, articles, training manuals related to agriculture and water management within his specialty, and he has published nearly 50 research publications in local and international journals. He was the lead at one time, and of course, a member of the preparation team of the National Agriculture Policy, which the team did for food and feed crops, which is still to see the light. And I sincerely hope the National Agriculture Policy will be released very soon. So with that little introduction, I take the pride in inviting Dr. Ajantha de Silva, the former Director General of Agriculture, to make his presentation. Over to you, Dr. Ajantha de Silva.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Budimarbe, and very good morning to all of you. First and foremost, I would like to thank the President and the Governing Council for inviting me to deliver this talk on food and feed crops. And also the co-host of food and feed crops. So where the feed for animal is also made as a mandate for the department which is given. So therefore, it is high time for us to, when I am going through the presentation today, what I am going to tell you is, I will just go through the status of the food crop production and the demand before the organic policy. If you are going for 2030, to keep the agriculture coherent and also vibrant and to give the food for the
requirement for the nation. And if you take the maize, of course, we were about little below the requirement, which especially in the 2021. So before the organic, the policy change, so we have been able to produce 475,450, which is, I think, with the permission of Dr. Kotalawal, it is about 650,000. Yeah. So from that one, so we have been able to achieve at least 80% of the requirement. So like that, Kurakang, mung bean, soybean, black gram, soybean, of course, we were a little behind, but black gram, green chili, of course, we were really supplying what we wanted to have to the country. And dry chili, we wanted about 50,000 tons of dry chili, where we managed to produce only little bit, but it doesn't really give a sense for the whole country's requirement. So therefore, we have to say that it is almost important. And the big onion, of course, our requirement was about 200,000, where we have gone a fair amount of that one. The red onion, of course, on and off, we were having a little bit of import, but still we have been producing the required amount. And the groundnut, we should thank to the Department of Agriculture, the researchers, and also the extension arm. So they have been able to successfully convince the farmers and to grow and produce enough groundnuts for Sri Lanka. And then ginger and all the potato, of course, we have been able to produce only 30% of the requirement, where we imported the rest of from other countries. And vegetables, of course, as you all know, even we have some lean periods and the excess in some cases with the price fluctuations, but still we have been able to manage our requirements within the country and based on the agroecological settings. So we have been able to produce the required amounts then and there with the participation of provincial agriculture departments and the Department of Agriculture. Okay. With the same time, you can see to support the requirement for the national requirement, I mean to supply the domestic requirement coming from the consumers all these years. So we have been importing different amounts of commodities like rice, wheat, maize, and you can see when it comes to this year 2022 until August we have the custom data. So with that we can see 596,502 tons of rice have been imported to Sri Lanka. So in the previous years you can see 24,015 like that. So we have been importing because we have been able to support we have been kept the rice demand intact from the supply that we are giving from our country. And the maize also, you can see that we have imported 52,346 tons of the maize, but as I know, it is not adequate, and that is not merely because we can't. So there is no stocks in the world market, but the price and the dollar crisis what we are facing right now. Now, if you take the food inflation heat map and the real food inflation heat map, you can see the Sri Lanka is in the very bad color, which is more than 30% inflation, food inflation. So it shows that, so we as Sri Lanka, not like previous eras, we have a problem with the society and also as our keynote speaker correctly mentioned, even we have a very good picture in Colombo, but the rural sector is really having very hard time to get the minimum quantities with some quality for their food and feed requirement. So with that, I must, the extents and the cultivation, we all know that because of the poor supply of inputs, especially chemicals, that means chemical fertilizer, and then the agrochemicals on what we were having in the Sri Lankan market, also either local productions or from the organic inputs which are cultivation. For that, they have given the permission to regional or the rural level. So I mean the regional level, that means at AGA level, the that one, the circular was issued by the Land Commissioner General. I have my doubt with that also. Even the government has given this facility with a good intention, but because of the low input supply and the low the high price supply of fuel and all the others, there was no high tendency to cultivate these lands. Yeah. So this is just to say, ආහාර සුරක්ෂිතතාවය සහ පෝෂණය සහතික කිරීම සඳහා ග්‍රාමීය ආර්ථික පුනර්ජීවන කේන්ද්‍ර සවිබල ගැන්වීමේ බහුවාංශික ඒකබද්ධ යාන්ත්‍රණය. So which is the real even the slogan of the FAO for this year, සෑම පුරවැසියෙකු රටේ පවතින ඕනෑම තත්ත්වයක උද ක්‍රියාශීලී නිරෝගී දිවිපැත්ම සඳහා අවශ්‍ය ප්‍රමාණවත් ආහාර සාධාරණ මිලකට ලබා ගැනීමට හැකිවීමයි. So the government also have seen this one in September 12th and issued this circular to initiate different committees to ensure that all these the poor sectors of the poor segment of Sri Lankan population will have adequate food for their normal living and to ensure that they will be having a nutritionally sensitive or nutritionally adequate diet for their people who are in Sri Lanka will be supplied adequate food for their requirements. Right. Those are from the policy perspective. Then what type of things that Department of Agriculture has done? The Department of Agriculture also try to coordinate with all agencies to get the required inputs, especially the Department of Agriculture was talking with the ministry through the ministry to all the UN agencies and also from other private sector, all the people to get the required seeds, fertilizer, and all the supporting services for the farmers to initiate the cultivation during the Maha season with all the difficulties that the Department of Agriculture had, especially for fuel and also the movements and also with the pandemic situation. So with that, there were some positive cases like the seeds, of course, for the maize seeds, part of the maize seeds, through UNDP, through the USAID support, some seeds will be able, some seeds are available for the farmers to cultivate in this season, especially as to produce the animal feed requirement of this country, and also the fertilizer from different agencies, FAO, also ADB, and from some other agencies also, they have been able to secure some funds to support the Sri Lankan initiative to increase the food production. The same time, the gazette was issued regarding the chemical ban was lifted, and the pesticide register of pesticide has also issued all the necessary documents for the private sector companies to import agrochemicals. But unfortunately, I should say, because of the dollar crisis, still the expected quantities have not been have not come up to the market. So therefore, there is a problem still persisting in the agriculture sector, in, mostly the farmers who are cultivating different crops. And seed production and other extension support also was assured through the provincial departments and the Department of Agriculture. We had continuous dialogues with the Department of Agriculture and the provincial councils to ensure that all these, the seeds, especially the seed paddy for the farmers of who are going to go for Maha season, because we really expect about 800,000 hectares of land to be cultivated in the Maha season, to ensure that the seeds are properly, the seed paddy is available. So we have been continuously dialoguing with the provincial councils and also from the private sector the companies who are dealing with seed supply to assure that the seeds are there for the people to cultivate. So like that, during the crisis, the last 3-4 months, the Department of Agriculture, with all the other parties who are involved, have done many things to see that the country's agriculture will come back to normal or to regain from the previous glory, get back to the position where we were, and to go from there to support the Sri Lankan agriculture towards 2030. So that is the short-term measures that the Department of Agriculture has taken during the crisis time. Okay, then shall we see that what type of medium and long-term things that the Department of Agriculture and with the Ministry of Agriculture, what they have planned. That was the first to see to increase the production and productivity of 13 selected crops. Now, I can remember in 2019, the then government has identified 13 crops to be selected and try to promote, especially to grow in Sri Lanka as a import substitution or either to get the self-sufficiency in some of the crops. If I have to say, for example, for rice, so the national productivity level is about, average production is about 4.5. And so with the permission of the Director RRDI, I should say, the expectation by 2030 is to increase that one up to 5 tons per hectare by 2030 with the new varieties and the technologies, what they are offering to the farmers, and also with all the IPNS and IPM packages which the RRDI is going to promote and give to the farmers through the extension services of the Department of Agriculture. And also, we all know that even we expect our population growth, as we see from the census and statistics data, so we expect about 22.9 million population by 2030 with the prediction models. So with that also, we should be able to give enough food if we reach the 5 tons per hectare productivity level, and even we reduce about 100,000 total extent of land. Why we expect that 100,000 loss is, with the development projects, we usually reduce our extents. So therefore, we will not be able to confine to that 1.3 million hectares in both Yala and Maha. Probably we will be able to reduce that one. If you go to maize, the productivity level now is 4.2 with the new hybrids and the imported hybrids. We will be able to, we expect about productivity of 6 tons per hectare, and to expand the extents to 130,000 hectares, where we cultivate this time about 110,000, then we'll be able to meet the 650,000 requirement. But I know that probably that 650,000 also will go up if we are having a good economy and increase the meat and chicken requirement of the domestic requirement. So chili, of course, we are, as I mentioned, we rely on the imported dry chili, but this is to increase the dry chili extents up to the 100% as planned by the DOA by 2030. What the department is expected is to produce the total requirement of dry chili with the local farming communities. And the big onion will go for 60% of the requirement. The potato, of course, finally the requirement will go for 60% of the requirement, and mung bean. So we are happy with the extent that we have, and also the groundnut. I'm not going to go the whole 13 crops because for the time limitation, and I think it is with the department, all the program is there. And I think most of the academics and the experts who are here will be able to get into the website of the DOA and get all the information regarding this. As I mentioned now, the IPNS, the IPM is the mandate of the department right now, leading to the good agriculture practices finally to achieve with the traceability of the production coming from the places and to have a to suit for the agroecological suitability. Based on the agroecological suitability, the crops will be placed and all the selected crops will be with the proper agronomic packages will be introduced, and then to get the maximum yields as we predicted with the high production level. Also, we all know that if you are going to give a maximum profit to the farmers, definitely we have to go for value chain development. Without value chain, we won't be able to get our the farmers to retain in the agriculture. Also, we should improve the technology dissemination process. We know that with the provincial systems, with the 13th amendment, we have some problem with the extension, the dissemination of the technology to farmers, but still we have to have some mechanism, and the Department of Agriculture with the Ministry of Agriculture is trying all the possible ways to increase this dissemination process with new way of extension service, and also to increase the availability and domestic supply of food, seed, hybrid and planting material, which is also one of the mandate, because we all know that we can't rely on the hybrids which are coming from outside, especially when it comes to vegetables. So therefore, it is high time for us to go for many hybrids, and the Department of Agriculture has already initiated this hybrid production program, especially in the vegetables. Also, we have very good varieties in chili hybrids, and also very good varieties in onion, and some maize hybrid varieties are given to the farmers. Mechanization is one of the area that we should be looking at, especially in small scale agriculture. The new mechanization ventures are there. New machines are now tested at the Department of Agriculture, and this should be introduced to the farmers to increase the efficiency and also to reduce the cost of production. And also the real-time agriculture management information is a necessity to see that the agriculture is really moving in the correct direction, also to monitor the demand and supply curve, and also to see that inputs are really required inputs will be supplied based on the demand. The cropping intensity increase with the vertical agriculture, polytunnels, and all that also should be think in the when it comes to 2030, when we are talking about, because of the high demand coming from the especially for vegetables. So we may have to think on this line also, and to see that public-private producer partnerships for a vibrant agriculture food system. So that has to be the policy level interventions, and also from the Department of Agriculture side, we should initiate all these type of interventions to see that the agriculture in Sri Lanka will give the required amount of food and feed for the nation. And also there are many avenues now we can see for the export, especially for primary and value-added agricultural products. So that also should be harnessed up to the maximum to give the agriculture in Sri Lanka to a vibrant and more efficient and profitable venture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajantari Silva. Ladies and gentlemen, what you witnessed a little while ago is the presentation done by former Director General of Agriculture, Dr. Ajantari Silva, on the crop sector within the main theme of agriculture. So that's a food security component undercrop sector. What is going to be next is you're going to listen to a presentation done by the Director General of Department of Animal Production and Health on the animal production sector. So let me take the pride in introducing Dr. Himali Kotalavala, the Director General of Department of Animal Production and Health. Dr. Kotalavala graduated from Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science at University of Peradeniya, obtained a master's degree also from University of Peradeniya in Animal Science, and her PhD in Obihiro University of Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine. Interestingly, she specialized in development economics by also obtaining a master's degree from Indian Veterinary Research Institute as well. She has been working in the field of livestock economics for more than 26 years right now. Started her career as a veterinary surgeon, then as a livestock economist since 2011 to 2020, and also as a visiting lecturer apart from her administrative duties and the work functions at the Department of Animal Production and Health, worked as a visiting lecturer for undergraduate and master students of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science at University of Peradeniya. And more importantly, she has been a delegate for Sri Lanka in the World Animal Health Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, with that short introduction, let you all welcome Dr. Himali Kotalavala, the Director General of Agriculture. Over to you, Dr. Kotalavala.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for the introduction of myself, Professor Buddhi Marabe. Mr. Vimalendra Sharon, FAO representative for Sri Lanka and Maldives, and other representatives of FAO, distinguished guests from all the organizations, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank for the organizers, that is Sri Lanka Institute of Agriculture, Food and Agriculture Organization, and Department of Agriculture for inviting me to do this presentation on this prestigious day to commemorate World Food Day. So today my topic is animal sector food security, measures to overcome the current crisis and way forward towards 2030. Yes, to do my presentation, I'll be discussing first a little bit about what is food security. Then, are we secured in animal products in Sri Lanka? That is on livestock production in Sri Lanka. Then the impact due to the economic crisis. Now, what has happened to the livestock sector and the way forward towards 2030 and conclusion. Yes, to introduce what is food security, as you all know, so this is the definition of food security by United Nations Committee on World Food Security. The food security is that all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their food preferences and dietary needs for an active and healthy life. So food security can be discussed in three words, basically. That is food availability, then food accessibility, and food utilization. Food availability is production, distribution, and exchange. Food accessibility is food affordability, that is price, allocation, and preference. And food utilization is nutrition, safety, and health. So I'll be discussing, actually I will be doing my presentation based on two red words, production and affordability, the price. So are we secured in animal food in Sri Lanka? So what has happened to the livestock sector? The livestock production or the livestock sector comprises of 4 subsectors, that is the poultry, the dairy, and goat, and it gives the chicken meat production and eggs. The chicken meat production is somewhere around 46% contribution to the in monetary terms. Egg production is 19%. The milk production is 17%, and the beef production is it is not a main product, but it is a byproduct of the dairy sector. But the contribution to the economy is big, the 14%. And from other 2 sectors, goat and swine, that comes as other meat types, it's around 4%. So this is the livestock production in Sri Lanka in 2020, before the crisis. So the chicken meat production and the egg production. We have been fulfilling the market demand. So the total market demand was fulfilled by the Sri Lankan poultry producers in chicken meat and eggs. The price was also at affordable rate. And the per capita availability is somewhere around chicken meat, 10 kilogram availability is 110 eggs per person per year. When I talk about the dairy sector, the milk consumption, milk production is actually the 38% of the requirement is fulfilled by the local producers. The balance is met by imports. We have to pay very big cost on that one. So that is 320 million rupees per annum. So this picture shows how the per capita availability of animal products has changed over nearly last 40 years. Chicken meat in the first two columns. In 1980, the chicken meat consumption was 100 grams per person per year. It has increased up to 10 grams per person per year in 2018. Eggs. In 1980, the egg consumption was somewhere around 32 eggs per person per year. Actually, it is availability, not the consumption really. So it has come up to 125 eggs per person per year in 2018. The milk consumption has also increased from 17 kilograms to 57 kilograms per year. But 2/3 of the milk is fulfilled by imported milk. If I'm talking about the poultry sectors, I will be discussing only dairy sector and poultry sector today because the contribution from these two sectors are 96% of the total livestock production in the country. So the poultry sector has shown a phenomenal growth over past few decades. It is developed as an industry with high technology, for example, closed house and battery cages, large-scale breeder farms, grandparent farms, parent farms, large-scale processing establishments, large-scale feed manufacturers, high vertical integration of day-old chicks, animal feed, veterinary drugs, extension markets to enhance the efficiency with high quality standards, that is international quality standards. Because of that, the poultry is developed as an industry, but it is highly dependent upon imports. Layer parent DOC we have to import, feed raw materials we have to import, drugs and equipments we have to import. Actually, the poultry is completely, I should say, done by the private sector. The department is not involving in production, but the Department of Animal Production and does regulatory functions. Through regulatory functions, we do facilitate the industry. Yes, so these pictures shows how the industry has developed from before 1980 to 2020. So earlier, as I said, it was a backyard industry sector, not industry, the backyard practice. But now it's in layer sector and the broiler sector, it's a commercial industry with very high technology. So this graph shows how the poultry population has increased over years to give this type of production. It's increased. After 2010, the increase is very sharp. This is the production of eggs, how it has been increased. And this is the production of broiler meat, it has been increased. This shows the both sector, the gradual increase is there. And animal feed has also developed as an industry, I should say. So to feed the chicken of this country, animal feed production in metric tons in this graph I show. Poultry feed, the commercially prepared poultry feed has increased by 65% for last 5 years. Cattle feed has increased by 57% during last 5 years. The self-mix is mainly the layer farmers, they do mix their feed at their farmyard. So we call them self-mix. They do buy feed ingredients or raw materials from the market and they do mix their own feed. That has dropped minus 38% because of the non-availability of raw materials during the recent past in the country. But anyhow, the total feed production has increased by 26%. And the bottom table shows animal feed raw material imports and production inside the country. As Dr. Ajanta mentioned, our requirement is some energy source requirement, I should say, is somewhere around 600,000 million metric tons. So the local production, as per the published data, maize production in 2021, 432, but small amount of imports were there. And as the protein source, we have to import soybean meal, that is not soya, soybean meal, fish meal, and meat and bone meal. So we have to spend on these two imports, for these feed ingredient imports, rupees 390, around $390 million per annum. So it's also a big amount. So if I am talking about the dairy sector, we all know and we all practice the dairying as a traditional practice, which had survived thousands of years in Sri Lanka. Over 85% of the farms are still at small scale, that is, with less than 10 cattle or buffalo. Still a subsistence level farming practice, highly depend on the family labor. Mainly a secondary income generating source, or sometimes maybe tertiary. It's not a primary income generating source still. Milk is a cash crop for small scale dairy farmers, converting their family labor into a value added market commodity. Actually, through milk, the farmers can get year round income. That's why the farmers do keep animals. Because of that, the dairy plays an important role in rural economy, but it shows slow growth rate. This graph shows how the population has increased. Cattle population is in blue color and the buffalo population is in red color. Cattle population has not much changed when we compare 1960 figures, but buffalo population has slightly decreased. So this graph shows the milk production change over years. Actually, after 2010, the milk production has increased. The productivity also has increased after 2010. It may be due to the top of unrest situation of the country, because the milk production is mainly done by the northern part of Sri Lanka. So because of the stop of unrest situation in the country, the civil war, milk collecting network has expanded vigorously towards the northern and eastern parts. That may be the reason for milk production increase after 2010. Yes, this graph shows how the milk demand and supply in Sri Lanka. The milk demand is depicted in the red line. That is, actually demand is calculated based on the local production plus imports. Local production is somewhere around 450, and imports, the liquid milk equivalent of milk and milk powder imports are 750 per annum. So it comes around 1,200 million liters per year. The demand, that is the demand until 2022, actually until 2021, I should say, because in 2022, now the milk import ban is there. So the picture will different. Milk supply is the local production, that is in the blue line, that is 450 million liters per year. The milk demand, the milk demand it shows the increasing growth rate in the milk demand. That is because of increasing income, maybe urbanization, and some other socio-economic factors of the country. But the milk production shows only 4% per annum. So because of the difference of these growth rates, so we can see high level of imports every year until 2021. So the demand is increasing by nearly 10%. The production is increasing by 4%. So because of these two different growth rates, we can see the imports into the country. But dairy sector has been transformed. As I said, it's a traditional practice long ago. It fulfills family requirements, milk, fertilizer, and draft power for the family. And then it has become as a livelihood support. So milk is a cash crop for farmers. So they could sell their product to the milk board in the meantime. But it was heavily dependent on the subsidies. Now the picture has been changed before 2021 as a dairy industry with micro and small and medium scale enterprises and also large and mega farms. For that one, the policy initiatives are there for private-public partnerships and also the entrepreneurship. Actually, I told earlier also, the dairy sector, still the dairy farming is a subsistence level practice. So they are not practicing as entrepreneurs. So the entrepreneurship inculcation within the dairy population or the dairy farmer population should be there. And the technical interventions and e-extension, or these factors will bring, or we hope to bring, this subsistence level dairy into a dairy industry. And let us see what has happened with this economic crisis towards livestock sector. So this is the livestock production in the comparison, like 2020 to 2021. The production change, according to the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, the milk production growth rate was plus 4.4%. The egg production growth rate was plus 4.5%. The chicken meat production growth rate was plus 9.5%. Therefore, the livestock sector showed improvement in 2021 compared to 2020, despite of the pandemic of COVID-19. But what has happened in 2022? The economic crisis. The livestock production has dropped. So this table shows 2021 production, then 2022 forecast based on the previous, the trend of previous production, and then 2022 adjusted forecast because of this drop. So the drop is in the dairy sector around 20%. And the chicken meat production sector, it's 12%. And egg sector, it's 35%. In large farms in the dairy sector, the impact is more than 50%. So availability has dropped. And then I would like to talk on the prices or the affordability. So there are three main categories: chicken meat, eggs, and fresh milk. So the prices or the price change from 1985 to 2020 is here. Each 5 years, what has happened in the prices for chicken meat, eggs, and fresh milk. So the 5-year average of the price increase was 41% during 1985 to 2020. But the price increase from 21 to 22 has increased up to 112. And the price increase for 5 years in egg industry, eggs somewhere around 46%. The price increase from 2021 to 2022 is 101%. And the price increase for 5-year average was 56% from 1985 to 2020. That was from 2021 to 2022, 42%. So the affordability has dropped. And also we can see, compared to the dairy sector, the affordability has dropped in poultry sector, high impact on poultry sector. Based on these findings of the past livestock sector and during the economic crisis, so what we have to do or what is the way forward towards 2030? Because somehow we are trying, or our objective is to increase milk production by accelerating the growth to achieve 100% self-sufficiency by 2030. That is through several strategies. Transform subsistence level farms into profit-oriented systems. So we'll start with 15,000 progressive farmers at present. So we'll be dealing with business model for these farms and monitor those farms with key performance indicators. And also we'll facilitate large and mega dairy farms. And also we'll develop climate smart dairy model to increase the production efficiency in dairy sector. And also we have already introduced some high yielding fodder varieties. So we'll be expanding or through the extension, introduce these varieties to the farmer level to increase the production efficiency in dairy. And we'll develop private-public partnership in extension. Actually, so far, the extension was done through the public sector mainly, but in future, we are trying to have a dialogue with the private sector to develop private-public partnership in extension as well. So we'll use the focus farmer group approach and we'll introduce e-extension or IT-based awareness. And private-public partnerships in service providing activities too. So the government sector provided the services so far. So we'll be trying to develop private-public partnership models to provide services as well. And also increase local production of veterinary vaccines, drugs, and feed additives. The vaccines are being produced in the VRI now, the government sector, but will be facilitate local vaccines maybe with private sector in future. And the private sector will produce some products as joint ventures with other countries. So if I'm talking about the poultry sector, so what is the way forward towards 2030? As Dr. Ajanta said, yes, if we can be self-sufficient by 80% of the feed raw materials inputs, maize basically, and soya also, if we can produce inside the country, so the poultry sector will be by word self-sufficient. Otherwise, we even though we say it's self-sufficient, really it's not self-sufficient because we have to import many things. And also to increase the exports of chicken meat and eggs substantially. So we are working on that to increase the exports. The strategies facilitate growers, maize and soybean meal. Of course, we have to work with the Department of Agriculture and the central bank maybe for loan schemes, and also facilitate the processors for fish meal and meat and bone meal production in the country. Maybe we have to work with Department of Fisheries and BOI for large scale projects. And also, we are in the process of promoting family poultry with locally available feed rations in rural areas to sustain their self-sufficiency at family level. And also export facilitation with better coordination with Ministry of Health and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and strengthen the regulatory mechanism for veterinary public health certification and good animal husbandry certification. Concluding my presentation, I want to say livestock sector has been developing to ensure the food security in animal products. But the economic crisis has impacted significantly in poultry sector, especially due to high import dependency. So we have to have a mechanism or immediate measures to have to be taken to reduce the import dependency. And also the policy initiatives should be there or due for private-public partnerships in addressing the gaps in the dairy development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Himali Kotalavala, for that presentation, which gave a lot of food for thought for everyone to plan for future. Ladies and gentlemen, for those who are on ground, there's a kind request. There'll be a discussion session after the 4 presentations have been completed. And I do not think we can allow time for people to speak. If there are any questions, there's a piece of paper that have been distributed among you. Please write the questions and identify the person whom you want to direct the question, and then please pass it on to me. That's the best way to manage time and to make sure all your issues, concerns are addressed. And people online, I have already informed them to have their questions, queries to be posted in the chat box. So you'll be picking it up during the time that we have allocated for discussion. Thank you very much. The third presentation session today is based on fisheries sector. We have listened to the crop sector, the animal sector. People may argue fisheries are also animals, true, but then look at the fisheries sector separately, looking at the importance of it. And we have the best person, of course, we can invite to talk about this segment with respect to food security. Mr. Dhammika Ranatunga, the Director General Technical of Ministry of Fisheries. So let me take the pleasure in introducing him. Mr. Dhammika Ranatunga is a special grade officer of the Sri Lanka Administrative Service, and he holds a BSc degree in agriculture from University of Ruhuna, the Master of Public Administration degree from the Postgraduate Institute of Management of the University of Sri Jawadanapura, and Master of Development Practice degree from University of Queensland in Australia. He has also received many professional trainings from different institutes. There are too numerous to present at this stage, but the important part that he also serves as a member of the governing council of the Ocean University of Sri Lanka and a member of board of directors of the Agricultural and Agrarian Insurance Boards and a member of the National Environmental Council as well, a diverse field of studies and diverse level of commitment and contributions. Prior to the current appointment or the current position that he holds, he has held several key positions, including the post of Director of the Ministry of Plantation Industries, General Manager of the Coconut Cultivation Board, and Director General of the Coconut Development Authority, and Assistant Secretary of Ministry of Defense, including, etc. A lot of things to remember and a lot of things to mention. He has also significantly contributed to public policy making, development planning, and execution of development programs in the areas of plantation development, agriculture, rural development, and fisheries. It's a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Mr. Dhammika Ranatunga, the Director General Technical of the Ministry of Fisheries, to deliver his speech. Over to you, Mr. Ranatunga.
Good morning. Thank you, Professor, for generous introduction of myself. Mr. Vimalendra Sharan, FAO representative for Sri Lanka and Maldives, and other officials from the FAO, President and Council members of the Sri Lanka Institute of Agriculture, senior government officials, members of academia, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Sri Lanka Institute of Agriculture for inviting me to talk about food security issues in the fisheries sector. Of course, in the present context, we identify two major food security issues in the fisheries sector. They are availability and accessibility. Availability of fisheries products has become an issue in the present context due to two reasons I mentioned in this slide. One is reduction in total domestic fish production. There is a clear reduction in total domestic fish production due to various reasons. And scientists always speak about depletion of resources in the ocean. And there are also several other issues in the present context because we have a fuel crisis in the country. Last 3 months, we didn't have fuel for fisheries operations. Then high cost of production, especially the fuel, is the major input for fisheries operations. We have a very severe increase of cost of fuel in the recent past. And also we had COVID-19 related restrictions in the country, especially you can remember that this so-called second COVID wave emerged in the Paliagoda fish market. We had to close down the fish market for months. So those things also affected our production. And also we see a reduction in imports. There is a reduction in domestic production. At the same time, there's a reduction in imports. As the Minister of Fisheries, we love to see reduction in imports because we want to make the industry self-sufficient. That is our dream. But the problem is now there is a reduction in our domestic production, and at the same time, there is a reduction in imports. And we have to carefully analyze whether this leads to any food security issues in the country, which I am trying to do in my presentation. Then second problem is accessibility. One problem is now we all know that as consumers, fisheries products are very expensive these days. Even middle class, upper middle class people complain that they can no longer consume fisheries products. Fish price is very high. And then low income people cannot afford to buy fisheries products. That's a serious issue. Then second problem is high perishability. This is not a new issue. Fisheries products are anyway highly perishable products. We know that. But in the present context, since last year, we have experienced power cuts, continued power cuts every day. So then middle scale, medium scale, and small scale sellers cannot store fish products. And also that affects the food security in rural areas. Village level, there are no cool rooms or the facilities to preserve fish. That has become a serious issue in the present context. Then give you a brief overview of the industry. I want to say that there are about over 300 direct employments in the fisheries sector, about 224,000 marine fishermen and about 91,000 inland fishermen. And this slide gives you an idea about our fleet. We have a fishing fleet about 59,700. Out of this, about 49,700 are marine crafts, engaged in marine fisheries, and about 9,900 engage in inland fisheries. What I want to highlight here is that when you see this slide, you can see first three categories: high sea multi-day boats, other multi-day boats, and I-day boats. Actually, they run with diesel. Their source of energy is diesel. Then there are about 26,787 outboard engine boats. We call them OFRP boats and MTRB boats. They run with kerosene. Now, problem is when there is no kerosene, all these 26,700 outboard engine boats cannot go to sea. Some boats employ 3 people, some boats employ 2 people. Then when there is no kerosene, over 75,000 people lose their livelihoods. that's a very serious situation, but we experienced that situation in last 3 months because the government could not provide kerosene for small boats. Then I'll just give you a brief idea about our per capita fish consumption. That is about 40 grams per day, and it is like 15 kilograms per year. But it's a considerably low level because in some countries it is like 50 kilograms per year, and there are some countries who eat fish like we eat rice, like 90 kilograms per year. But experts say in a country like ours, this should be at least 20 kilograms per year. So we are still, we haven't achieved that level so far. And contribution of the fisheries to animal nutrition intakes, it is, when calorie intakes is considered, it is about 33%. Protein intake, it is about 50%, and fat intake, it is about 18%. And here I am trying to give you an idea about our domestic fish production. I have mentioned that there is a reduction of domestic fish production. You can see it. In 2018, our total fish production was 527,000 metric tons. 2019, it has gone down to 505,000 metric tons. 2020, it further went down to 428,000 metric tons. And 2021, 435,000 metric tons. And our most important segment, I have categorized this into 3 categories: offshore and deep sea fisheries. That is basically a multi-day boat sector, where people fish in international water or up to 200 nautical miles within the exclusive economic zone. Then we have coastal fisheries sector. That is the most important segment for food security, because that is the sector handled by small boats, kerosene boats, because most of the domestic requirement is fulfilled by this coastal fisheries sector. But you can see it has gone down from 249,000 in 2018 to 178,000 in 2021. There is a significant decrease. But only thing is our freshwater and aquaculture, inland fisheries sector has shown a slight increase. It has gone up from 87,000 in 2018 to 90,000 in 2019, 101,000 in 2020 to 104,000 in 2021. There is a slight increase, but problem is that slight increase is not sufficient to offset our reduction in the marine fisheries sector. This gives a better idea about the contribution by various sectors: coastal fisheries sector, offshore deep sea fisheries sector, and freshwater sector. This gives a better idea about the reduction in production. Blue color shows high sea and offshore sector. There is a decrease in the high sea and production sector. Then the brown color shows coastal production. You can see there is a significant decrease in coastal fisheries production, and there is a slight increase in inland and aquaculture sector. And then I said there is a reduction in imports as well. You can see that in this slide, we have imported 120,000 metric tons of fisheries products in 2015. And in 2021, it has gone down to 56,000 metric tons. There's a significant decrease in imports. But to understand the real situation, we have to see what are our major imports. This slide shows main import items into Sri Lanka. I have marked in yellow color that most important import items into Sri Lanka, that is dried fish, dried sprats, and canned fish. Out of these 3, I think most important category is dried spreads, halmessa, because that is a very, very important item in our food basket, Sri Lankan food basket, because even doctors recommend children and other special categories to consume dried spread. It's a very nutritious food and cheap nutritious food. Therefore, that's a very, very important item. The problem is we cannot catch enough spreads in Sri Lankan waters because there are no spreads in sufficient numbers in Sri Lankan waters. We have, of course, some areas like Mullatiu, Kalmuni, and some areas in down south where people catch the spreads, but that is not sufficient to cater to our demand. Therefore, we have to keep importing dried spreads. But you can see that we have imported around 25,000 metric tons of dried spreads every year. And even under difficult conditions in 2020 and 2021, we have imported that amount. So we have continued to import most essential items even under difficult conditions. And at the same time, we have imported about 10,000 metric tons of dried fish. And even 2021, we have imported 7,500 metric tons of dried fish. But the next item, canned fish, there is a significant decrease of canned fish imports. In 2015, we have imported about 49,000 metric tons of canned fish. It went down to 36,000 in 2019, further went down 26,000 in 2020, and 2021, we have imported only 8,700 metric tons of canned fish. There are two reasons for that. One is we have significantly increased our local production. I will show that in next slides because now we have the capacity to produce our canned fish requirement in Sri Lankan market, but due to various other reasons, but I have a slide which will show you the supply, but we have not produced a huge amount, but these two essential items, dried fish and canned fish, we have the capacity to produce in Sri Lanka. So this slide shows you the supply of dried fish in the market. Our domestic dried fish production is about 60,000 metric tons per year. Imported volume is about 32,000. Out of this, 25,000 are dried spreads. We have been able to import the requirement of dried fish spreads even under difficult conditions, as I have explained in the previous slide. But that means our dried fish supply has not affected even under present context. That is the most important thing because we have been able to produce nearly 80,000, 90,000 metric tons of canned fish, dried fish to the market. But supply of canned fish is concerned, we can see that in 2018, our local production was very low, about 3,600 metric tons, but we have imported about 28,000 metric tons, and total supply was around 31,000 metric tons. But 2021, our domestic production has gone up to 9,200 metric tons because before 2019, we had only 6 canned fish factories in Sri Lanka, but now we have 11 canned fish factories. So we have the capacity to increase the production. I think we have done that, but at the same time, due to various reasons, imported volume has also gone down. And for the first time last year, our imported volume has become lesser than the local production. But there is a gap in canned fish production in Sri Lanka. This slide gives you a better idea about this. This blue color shows the imports and orange color shows the local production. you can see for the first time in 2021, our local production has exceeded imports, and 2022 also that trend continues. But problem is still we have not been able to supply the quantity available in 2018, 2019 with our local production. And there are other reasons I will show you in next slides. Then this is the next problem, accessibility. I mentioned that people cannot afford to buy fisheries products. This yellow color column shows the price increase compared to last year. You can see there's an increase of 59%, 83%, 103%. Even you see Salea, small man's fish, its production is its price has gone up by 152% compared to last year. So it's natural that people cannot afford to buy fish in the present context, but only good signal is that if you just refer to the other column, compared to the price of the last month, there is a reduction, because September price and October price is compared. There is a reduction of price because now last month we received kerosene. That is the most important point, because we had a continuous supply of kerosene, but today again position has changed. Now again they are not in a position to release sufficient kerosene at the moment, but they say by 21st again they will be able to provide. But when enough fuel is supplied, this price goes down. That is another important point. And then again, the retail price of dried fish is compared with the last year price. Again, you can see 69% increase, 61% increase, 48% increase, 41% increase. It spread 100% increase. So again, there is a very significant increase compared to last year, but again compared to last month there is a decrease of price. This is the most important thing. That now we saw that there is a lesser supply of canned fish in the market. One reason is price, because it has gone up by 198%. Imported canned fish pack has gone up, price of imported canned fish has gone up by 198%, and locally produced canned fish price has gone up by 211%. So it's a huge increase, but in the prevailing situation, they are also not in a position to reduce. But I think if we are able to supply fuel continuously, the canned fish price will also go down, because now we have seen a significant price decrease in linna fish in the Paleogada fish market. Linna is the product they use to produce canned fish in the local market. So with that, we hope in the coming months there will be a decrease of canned fish price as well. So there are very fair reasons for this market price increase also. We have to consider that, because one thing is non-availability of fuel for fishing operations. Last 3 months they didn't have fuel. Then less quantity came to the market. Then cost of fuel is another thing, because you know, kerosene price went up from 87 rupees to 340 rupees overnight. So that's a very unprecedented increase, but what to do, because we are closely working with the Power and Energy Ministry, but they also don't have any option other than increasing the price. Then cost of other inputs have also gone up, like ice, baits, fishing gears, engines, engine oil, gas, labor. Price of everything has gone up. As Dr. Patala will explain, market price of substitutes, chicken, meat, eggs, those prices have also gone up. Then why not fisheries? So that's a big issue. And then we will just see what is way forward. In the marine fisheries sector, we have three key objectives: sustainability, availability, and accessibility. Because this is a very traditional industry. Fisheries industry is a very traditional industry. So we have to ensure sustainability of the industry. That is a very, very important concept. So we are basically going to take 4 measures. One is increasing production. But in the marine fisheries sector, we cannot increase the catch. There are other limitations. For example, now coastal fisheries sector, scientists have concluded that the maximum yield we can get from the coastal fisheries sector is 250,000 metric tons. We cannot get more than that. Then also, then you can think that we can then go to international sea and catch enough fish, but that is also restricted because we have Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. They have catch limits for yellowfin tuna and such species. Therefore, we cannot catch as we like in the sea. There are restrictions, but our main strategy is to reduction of post-harvest loss. We are doing a lot of work to reduce post-harvest loss. Actually, FAO is also helping us to conduct several projects on post-harvest loss. And another important strategy is to infrastructure development. We have to build cool rooms, freezer trucks, and introducing new technology. Because as I told you, we cannot increase our catch in the present context with the present fleet. But if we introduce better modified trawlers, we can catch more, because there are other fish species other than the yellowfin tuna. But with the present set of boats, present fleet, we cannot catch those species. But if we gradually change our fleet and go for modified vessels, we will be able to catch more fish. And we are working on that. Actually, FAO is also helping us to build 2 modified boats, one for small scale fisheries sector and one for multi-day fisheries sector. And another strategy is establishment of artificial fish breeding sites. We are already doing that. And reducing cost of production is another important measure. Reduction of post-harvest loss will also reduce our cost of production, and new technology. And we are also working on increasing fuel efficiency of boats. Again, FAO helped us. And forecasting of fishing sites. Those measures are taken to reduce cost of production. And also, to ensure sustainability, we have to improve social welfare of fishermen. Otherwise, we cannot sustain this industry. And new pension scheme, new insurance scheme, and new saving scheme are in the pipeline. We hope to launch them in the month of November this year. And we are also working on improving safety at sea. And we are working with ILO to introduce their ILO C188 convention to improve the working standards of fishermen. That is another measure. And also we want to increase the production of value-added products, especially canned fish and dry fish. So in the aquaculture and inland fisheries sector, for food security, most important sector is culture-based fisheries sector. There are several segments in the inland fisheries sector, but for food security, most important sector is culture-based fisheries. That means we put fingerlings into the reservoirs and people harvest them. The 3 objectives of this culture-based fisheries industry: increase production, support rural livelihoods, and increase per capita consumption of inland fisheries. Present status of the culture-based fisheries is concerned, we see that this is reservoir-based. In Sri Lanka, we have about 11,000 reservoirs. Currently, we are using about 2,000 reservoirs for this purpose. And we are going to increase the extent. And at present, NAGDA is facilitating the stocking of fingerlings. In 2021, they have stocked 185 million fingerlings in reservoirs. And present composition is tilapia 60% and carp 40% in our reservoirs. So our culture-based fisheries production plan for next 5 years is that we are going to produce, increase the production from 100,000 metric tons to 215,000 metric tons in 2025. And for that purpose, we have to increase the stockings from 185 million fingerlings to 500 million fingerlings. And also we are going to increase the extent from 110,000 hectares to 224,000 hectares. So increased stocking is a major limitation because we have to produce fingerlings and stock in the reservoirs. But NAGDA strategy is to hand over tilapia production to private sector and communities, because tilapia is a prolific breeder, very easy to breed, then the community can handle it. So NAGDA role will be in the future is to provide tilapia brood stocks from time to time to communities, but they will be more concentrated on carp production, and private sector will also be involved in carp production from breeding, fry production and fingerling production. We are already working with the private sector to get their involvement. So our way forward is to increase the availability. We have several strategies: reduce post-harvest loss throughout the value chain, improving fishing methods. We want to go for large modified vessels and increase the volume of culture-based fisheries, increase the production of canned fish and dried fish, continued supply of imports, especially fuel, and continued imports of dried spreads. Then to ensure accessibility, we want to develop infrastructure, especially in the mid-country and rural areas, and improve transport facilities, especially to make available freezer trucks and cool rooms and things like that. And we will also want to increase production, because we think increased production will pull down the prices. And also we want to reduce the price of inputs in the medium term. We have also already seen that there's a slight decrease of fuel price. So we hope in the medium term, we will be able to manage this as well. Those are the strategies we are going to take in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dhammika Ranatunga, the Director General Technical of Ministry of Fisheries. Learning never ends, isn't it? I was just trying to place myself in my learning curve, and it's a never-ending curve. I mean, you learn every day. That's the most important part. And thanks to SRIAG, FAO, and Department of Agriculture for creating this scenario. The fourth presentation today will not be on ground, will be an online presentation where we have invited the Conservator General of Forest, Dr. K.M. Bandara, to be one of our resource persons. It's a pleasure at this time to introduce Mr. Bandara as well. Dr. Bandara as well, I'm sorry. Dr. K.M. Bandara graduated with BSc Agriculture degree from University of Ruhuna from Faculty of Agriculture, and he served as a temporary assistant lecturer in agronomy at the same university, at the same faculty, of course, and he joined the department, or the forest department, in 1991 and served as a research officer. During his career at the forest department, he completed his Master of Science in Agroforestry from the PGIA, and then the PhD from Australian National University at Canberra in Australia. He was promoted thereafter to the post of Director Conservation of Forest, especially in the Education Division, and he served in this position from 2014 to 2019. Thereafter, Dr. K. M. Bandara served as Additional Conservator General of Forest of the Forest Department from 2019 to 2021, and he serves at the helm of the Forest Department right now as a Conservator General of Forest since early 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to invite Dr. K. M. Bandara, the Conservator General of Forest, to address the gathering. Over to you, Dr. Bandara.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Budimarambe, giving a kind introduction about me and giving the background of the forestry sector contribution for the food security and the nutrition and the health. Ladies and gentlemen, FAO representative Mr. Vimalendra, senior officials from different departments, officials from academia, and ladies and gentlemen. So it is a great pleasure for me to address this very important forum. So I will share the presentation now. Today's my topic for this forum is the sustainable forestry for the food security, nutrition, and health. The forest sector that once I got this topic to deliver a small presentation, so the forest sector is not a major component for the food security or the food production, but it is directly sometimes involving in the food production or the wild production, as well as it gives large contribution indirectly for the food production, basically providing water and other important element for the food production. So once we are talking about the food security, as Dr. previous presentations mentioned that there should be a food availability, the food, when you're talking about the food security, that food availability, access to the food, and the utilization and the stability are the major elements we have to think about when we are talking about the food security. Once we come to the forests, the definition of the forests is like this: the land spanning more than 0.5 hectares. It's a sort of just more than 1 acre, with trees higher than 5 meters and the canopy cover more than 10%. So that is the basic definition given by the FAO. It does not include the land that predominantly under agriculture or the urban use. They are mainly classified as the trees outside of the forests. This is the map of the forest cover of our country. So we got lowland rainforests, montane forests, savannas, and dry monsoon forests. The mainly we are having the forest, dry monsoon forest in the dry zone areas, and less forest in the wet areas for the lowland rainforests. When we consider the forest extent, at present we are having around 29% forest cover of the country. It's, the dense forest cover is about 22%, and 7% are open forest. So in 1956, it showed around 44%, and due to this large-scale agricultural expansion, the forest cover got decreased. The figure in 83 is around 27%, and now the forest cover is around 29.2%. This forest cover depletion is negatively related with the population growth. So it's showing that when the population growth is higher, that the forest cover is getting depleted. When we are talking about the forest, food security and nutrition, the forest contribute differently. It's direct provisions of the food, its availability. Basically, the natural forests provide some food from the forests, so they are the direct available foods. And of the energy, especially for cooking, we can consider that as utilization, income generation, and employment. So for forest activities, we engage people for different activities. So that is the income generation. It is the income they are earning from the forestry provide the access for the food. Very importantly, the provision of ecosystem services that are essential for food security and nutrition, human health and well-being. Basically, the water regulation, clean water, pollination, biodiversity, soil protection, they are the main ecosystem services provided by the forests. So those elements are very important for the stability of the food security. The forest sector, or the forest sector policy drafted in 1995 and still valid, and now we are in the process of revising the forest policy. And the 1995 forest policy has three main objectives. One is the conservation, the other one is the forest production, and the third one is the livelihood development. The conservation objective is to conserve the forest for posterity with the particular regards to biodiversity, soil, water, and historical, cultural, religious, and the aesthetic values. So basically, the forest department or the forest sector main function is to conserve the natural forests. So it's giving the shelter for the biodiversity, especially for biodiversity and water conservation. So those two things are very important for food security, especially the water conservation. And the biodiversity also give a major contribution for food security. The second objectives is the objective is to increase the forest cover, the productivity of the forest to meet the need of present and future generation for forest products and services. So basically, the tree cover or the productivity improvement of the forests, man-made forests, make avenue to access for the food and food security. The third objective is to improve the livelihood, the livelihood objectives. It enhances the contribution of the forestry to the welfare of the rural population and strengthen the national economy with special attention paid to the equity of the economic development. So this is the main objectives we can consider as the contribution for the food security. So basically, the livelihood development make avenue to increase their access for the food. And as a directly, we can incorporate some of the activities for food security or the food production of the food. So these are the main programs in forestry related to food security. For conservation, the protection of the forest. So basically conserve the natural forest, and restoration of the degraded forest. When we are restoring the degraded forest, we can incorporate perennial woody fruit trees or the food producing trees, and mangrove conservation itself giving the room for food security by breeding, making the environment for fish and other water creatures like prawns and crustacean animals. And conservation of the pine plantation into broadleaf species, that is the conservation of the man-made forest to broadleaf forests. That is one of the areas for conservation we are concerned. So we can incorporate some of the food producing tree species for conversion programs. For production, the main activity is reforestation program. So we can use the rural population for reforestation programs, and it indirectly produces the access for the food. And the livelihood improvement programs are mainly home garden development programs adjoining to the forest areas, agroforestry programs again near the forest areas, and woodlot establishment for the rural economic development as well as for the national economic contribution. And the other one is the nature-based tourism. So it is about tourism, but it again we are trying to incorporate local community or the local population for these activities. So it is again having some link to the access for the food. And seedling production for both all three components like production, conservation, and livelihood programs. Then we will talk a little deep about the forest conservation and the food security. The conservation directly giving the provision for food plants for supplementary foods, and it preserve the vital crop relatives for agriculture improvements. It's very important. Most of these wild relatives are living within the forest systems, for ecosystems. So conservation of the forest ecosystem is very vital for future agriculture improvement programs. And preserving the breeding grounds for fish and crustacean in the mangrove forests. So it is very important to conserve the mangrove forest, especially for fish breeding, natural breeding mechanism, and foldwood for forest dependence. So we are having some community forestry programs which give the avenue for fuel wood production for the forest dependent, as well as they can earn money from selling those fuel wood or the other wood products, and they can earn some income for access for the food. The second one is the ecosystem services. That's forest. This is one of the main component of the natural forest conservation, which is the ecosystem services. For one of the important thing is the regulating water for domestic use and the irrigation. So most of these water is generated from the most of these rivers or the water sources are developed from the forest areas. so which you can use for irrigation as well as the domestic use. And one of the other important process having within the forest area is the pollinators. So it is one of the sources for the pollinators, so which is directly increase the crop yields. And regulatory pests populations. Most of these pest control predators are living within the forest area, so the forest ecosystems. And the soil protection also make a very much important role to reduce the major reservoirs as well as to protect the soil for better agriculture. The other one is the income and employment collection of the non-wood forest product from and the fuel wood from the natural forest areas. Value addition of the wood and non-wood forest products, and the tourism and recreation, especially the tour guides, homestay, and food supply from those people for the tourists make some important income for their food access. The forest production, the production forest programs also indirectly linked with the food security. It make availability of the forest plantation and timber plantation materials for food as the energy source, as well as it gives some space for cash crops integrated in the early years of the forest plantation establishment. So this is one of the very successful projects we had in the future, which is, with the system is called as Tongya system. So what basically doing in this agroforestry system is that we are giving the land for rural community to plant our perennial crops such as teak or mahogany or the other timber producing species. And at the same time, they can use the space for their agricultural production for until the canopy get closer, so they can grow their annual crops for the initial years, 3 to 4 years or 3 to 5 years, so which make available the food for local community, as well as they can earn some money for their other food consumptions. Then community can directly involve the forest planting and management operation, and they can earn income, which is make the access for the food. The farmer woodlots can be a source for income security, and wood supply from the prunings and other thinning operations also we can consider as the utilization. And the third objective is livelihood development and the food security. Basically, the food trees, cash crops can be introduced to the adjacent home gardens, especially maize, rambutan, sort of fruit tree species, and other perennial tree crops. Then tree management encourage home gardens. So our extension services is giving extension services for the farmers to manage their tree crop components. So the materials they are getting from the pruning and thinnings can be used as the fuel wood, which we can consider that as the utilization for food security. And timber tree species, fruit crops, cash crop can be introduced to the agroforestry models, so which is given the access as well as the stability of the system, or this stability of the food security. And the forestry programs, we are having some incentive programs for agroforestry programs. So it is directly giving some income for the rural community for food security. And same time, the non-timber forest produce, the forest producers, which is not considered as timber, can be collected from the wild, especially wild fruit species, spices, chitul, wayvel, butter, bee honey, that sort of non-timber forest produce can be directly collected from the forest, so they can use as the food and sustainable management system will make the stability of the food security. The new forest trends and challenges and opportunities. Deforestation for expansion, as I mentioned earlier, that in 1970s and 80s, we had the large-scale agriculture expansion of the in the country, and it can sometimes consider as the great opportunity for welfare of the rural community or the agricultural community, but those immediate benefit can result in depletion of the natural resources. So what will basically happen is the natural forests or the natural ecosystem has to remove for the agricultural expansion, which make depletion of the natural resources. So we have to get both natural resources and income generation of the production systems. And the other important aspect is the mangroves, mangrove forests. So almost all mangrove forests are conserved by the Forest Department as well as the Wildlife Department. And mangroves provide wood and food as well as supporting, regulating services, especially for carbon sequestration or carbon storage. So that is it's provide supporting, regulating, and the provide wood and food from the mangrove ecosystems. As I mentioned, that the mangrove forest ecosystem enhance the fisheries productivity in the adjacent coastal waters, and it is nursery ground for commercial important fish, prawns, and supply organic and inorganic nutrients, which is very important to conserve mangrove ecosystems for food security. And the main threat for mangrove ecosystem is that are facing considerable pressure with the high deforestation rates. Basically, this deforestation or the mangrove removal is basically doing for prawn farming, expansion of the inland fisheries or the prawn farming, as well as cutting those trees for energy production or the fuelwood production. And the strength of at this stage is all mangrove areas are allocated for protection. A considerable area has been replanted and rehabilitated. So we are protecting all the natural mangrove ecosystem in the country, as well as we are to rehabilitate some of the degraded mangrove areas. Therefore, re-establishment of mangrove vegetation is very vital for food security. And main threats for food security from the forestry sector is that crop damage by the wildlife. One of the main threats. The basic phenomena or the basic principle behind the crop damage by wildlife is the removal or the reduce the natural ecosystem for wildlife. Is the main reason. So conserve and improve the wildlife habitat within the forest ecosystem play a major role to reduce the crop damage by the wildlife, especially the elephants and the other wildlife, small wild animals. Another threat is the water scarcity for food production due to heavy runoff and the high intensity and less frequent rainfall. for that, to reduce that, the conservation of the tree cover in the watershed areas for groundwater recharge is very vital. That is one of the main forestry intervention we have to make. Crop yield reduction is one of the main threat. To conserve, by conserving the pollinators, habitats, predators, and the maintain the tree cover is very important to improve the crop yield, especially the annual agricultural crop yields, as well as the perennial agriculture like horticulture crops. And the other one is that limited land availability. So always, this is one of the main complaint we are having, the forest department as well as the wildlife department, to ask land for agricultural expansion as well as for the animal husbandry sector, for expansion of the fodder areas, so the grasslands. That the intervention, I believe that we have to go for the optimum resource allocation make the food security as well as for food security and nutrition. So what basically we need for this country, as a small country, we cannot go for more expansion for the agricultural sector. We have to optimize the resource allocation and get the high productivity from the allocated lands. Habitat conservation is very important because the habitat provide shelter for plant and the tree species as well as the moving animals, especially the big animals like elephants. So they need grasslands or the forage grounds, as well as they need shelter for their day-to-day activities, and the forest cover has to be there for protection of the biodiversity, soil and water. And water conservation also play a major role by the forests. So this is the picture of the Labugam Kalatu reservoir here. So you can see the water supply for Colombo is mainly coming from Labugam Kalatu area. So almost all our reservoirs are fed by the catchment covered with forests. So for moisture conservation or the watershed conservation is a major priority of the country for food security, especially agricultural production. I will take a few more minutes for intervention, which we can first intervention strategies can be used for food security, identify and conserve the most important food and medicinal plants and preserve their habitat. So for the future, we have to preserve all these species, especially wild crops, relative species, as well as the other species for food and medicinal plant production in the future, as well as to have a gene pool for future breeding programs. And some of the species are endangered level, so those endangered plant species has to be protected, protecting the protected area system, as well as we can develop some strategies to exit to conservation, which is very important for some of the species in the stage of the endangered level. And we can identify some of the areas as the village forest, and we can use those lands or the forest village forest areas for community management, and promote the cultivation of the food and medicinal plant for village forests, and allocate some of suitable other state forest lands for agricultural production on leasehold systems. Some more interventions we can make from the forest sector is provide opportunities for farmers for short-term cash crop integrated with the young timber plantation. As I mentioned earlier, the Tongia system we can continue in the future also and include more agricultural crops in the early stage of the timber plantations, and provide opportunities for planting and managing the fruit and other perennial fruit tree species, restoring the degraded forest. That one of the major projects we are conducting at this stage in the country, that we are having some degraded forest lands. We are trying to restore those degraded lands, and we could utilize some of the perennial food producing and the fruit producing tree species for restoration programs. And we can facilitate the collection of the non-timber forest producers from the first sustainable basis, like kitul, green vegetables, yams, spices, medicinal producers, wild fruits, that sort of things from the forest. We are permitting some of the collection from the natural forest. Some of the agroforest practices we are using, we are having at the moment is the left two pictures shows that Tongia system that
I see that Dr. Bandara has got disconnected, maybe because of the internet issues. If he comes, we'll allow him to join, and I'm sure he's towards the last few slides to complete his presentation. But then still, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very interesting occasion, a rare occasion, I must tell you, to bring all 4 segments, subsectors under the main theme of agriculture. The director generals, the conservator generals who are in power right now, who are assisting in making decisions, and who was, for example, assisting in making decisions until recent past, are at the one forum, a similar forum, and expressing their views of future of the sector, how it can contribute to food security. While things are happening, I have got a lot of questions from the audience, and what I thought was, hopefully Dr. Bandara will get connected. Until that happens, to throw some questions that I received from the audience, as well as there were a lot of questions on the chat box of the Zoom as well. So that shows a lot of interest that is coming up from the members. So let me put forward the questions based on the order of presentation. I think that's easy. So I just got things ordered. Still more coming. So the question forwarding session has ended, right? Otherwise, sorting out will be a problem. Quite a number in front of me, but let me try to do justice, because we have to bring up certain questions raised by the online audience as well. Dr. Bandara is connected. Dr. Bandara?
Yes, I'm connected now. Sorry that there was
No,
some
that's fine. I do understand. Was you toward the latter part of the presentation?
Yeah,
Dr.
that is my last slides now, I think.
Okay, then we can, I think, wind up at that particular point. Am I correct?
Yes, sure.
Okay, but please don't leave. There are questions to you, but I will be forwarding the questions to you so you can give your responses to those. Hope that will be okay with you. Dr. Bandara?
Yes, I think this is the last slide I'm having in my presentation, that for improvement of the industries, like value addition of the forest produce, especially the and other species can be preserved, and value addition can be used for income generation as well as for food security. And so, one of the other things the forest sector is having that degraded areas with the some of the areas were invaded with the invasive planted tree species. So those invasive species can be used for the wood chip production, as well as for some of the species can be used as the fodder species, especially the guinea grasses. And finally, that we can provide the employment opportunities in the nature-based tourism sector. That is one of the sectors we are improving the forest as well as the wildlife department. So basically, that is the end of my presentation. So the rural community can be used for plantation establishment as well as for the community wood production, and they can earn some income from the nature-based tourism, so that which is continuing, or which is in progress in the most of our tourist destinations, such as Singaraja, Knuckles, Korulu, Galwila, Putlam, that sort of area. So, given that thoughts about how for the forest sector can be incorporated in the food security that is the those are some of the strategies or the interventions we can use for food security of the country. That is from the forest sector. Thank you very much for listening. And if there was some interruption, I again apologize that I couldn't come physically for the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bandara. So let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So as I told you, that ends the series of presentations. We are in the discussion session now. We have run over time, naturally. And the important part is I will try to pick almost all the questions that have been given. Some of the things have already been answered during the presentations. Certain questions have come up in anticipation. So let's try to see how we can wind up. So the questions will be put forward based on the line of presentation that were made. So Dr. Ajanta de Silva, 2 quick questions with quick answers that is expected. The questions are very straightforward. How much of local maize production will be estimated in the next year, that is 2023? How much of the local maize production can be estimated? Number 2, similar. Will there be enough paddy production to fulfill the requirement of the country in the next year, 2023? Over to you.
Okay. Yeah. Now, one thing regarding the maize, usually we go for Maha season for production. Now this is Maha season is the usual one. We go for nearly 110,000 hectares of land. Unfortunately, as I know, so we have seeds up to now for 59,000 hectares. So with that, definitely the production will go down. And then, so we would be able to get around 200,000 tons of maize.
So it's 1/3 of the requirement.
Yeah, because 650 is the total requirement, as predicted by Dr. Himani Kotalawala. So therefore, I think we will be able to only produce 200,000. But then there is a chance of expanding the cultivation in yellow season. Mostly in the irrigated areas. The Department of Agriculture is planning for that one. If it is so we will expand that one and then give some little bit of boost on that one. Probably still will be not giving the adequate amount in 2023. Coming back to rice, it is now as we plan, the 800,000 will go with this Maha season, but there are problems with the inputs. Because now the government is giving only 30 kilograms of urea. And phosphorus, of course, will not be able to, we should be very frank that it will not come to the farmers at the right time. But then
Muriate of potash.
yeah, muriate of potash will come within the season. And the fertilizer, of course, there won't be issue because the people somehow will take it, but there will be a little bit of yield drop. We don't know how much the anticipated yield drop, but definitely there will be a little drop. But still, the 800,000 will give around nearly, usually we go for 3.2 million tons of rice, the usual rice in the sense, not the, paddy. And from there we will be with the milling out and all that. So we go for about nearly 2.5 million. But that, of course, will not be there. And then there will be a shortage. But still, we have to, with the yellow season, probably if things get better, we'll be able to go for the rest of the cultivation.
Right. Thank you very much. A similar question, I don't think you have to answer, but I will just read the question. Basic question is, as far as the maize is concerned, how are we going to achieve the maize crop targets without seeds? So I think you responded to that question.
Responded.
Yeah, so that's very fine. Thank you very much. There's another question for you. Top of all the things taken, still extension is the problem. Farmers are not getting the required information or other instructions on time. So Director General, as the Director General of Agriculture, former, of course, I do understand. What are the measures that you are suggesting to improve the agriculture extension section?
Yeah, as we all understand, now there is a problem with the extension, not only the extension, Sri Lanka Agriculture Service personnel, because usually the Department of Agriculture should have 1,360 Sri Lankan Agriculture Service officials, where now it has gone shrunken down up to 400 something, where it is not really adequate. And also, even the officers who are in the department now are in the top positions, and the field level officers are lacking. For example, if you take the northern area, only 3 Sri Lanka Agriculture Service officials are available. So therefore, it is very difficult to coordinate this program at different levels. With the 13th Amendment, it is provincialized. So the provincial system and the Department of Agriculture, there should be a link, and the coordination should be there. But there are hiccups. So only thing is you have to work parallelly with the other ways of doing it. Using IT as a tool to disseminate the technology to the farmers, and people are taking it nicely. So we have to take it in a big way, especially the NAICC and the extension and communication should be linked and do it. And I think they are in the way of doing it. They start doing it. I think the new DG also will take all the initiatives to make it strengthen. Thank you.
One more question, Dr. Ajantari Silva. Of course, there's another on the online as well. Let me ask that from you also. Now, we all know we are doing kind of a firefighting right now, looking at the Maha season and try to see the inputs being imported and to get the Maha season going. That build up of confidence, removing uncertainties and so on. So the question is there any initiative taken to assure the continuation of required inputs being supplied to the producers beyond the upcoming season, especially achieving the expected yields?
Yeah, what I know is from the policy level, the Ministry of Agriculture is trying to give the cash grants to the people to buy their fertilizer. Of course, from the next season, I mean from the 2023 yellow. So therefore, I think people will get the money. Of course, the private and the government will supply fertilizer. Agrochemicals, of course, usually coming through the private sector, but still I have seen the government is also trying to get a share of that one through the Ceylon Petroleum Corporation and supply through the 2 fertilizer companies. So therefore, there will be a sort of a flow, but still all will depend on the foreign exchange which is available in the country, and to the priority which is going to give from the treasury for the import of these things.
So if both government sector and private sector coming into business with this cash grant, does it mean that they will have level playing ground? For example, government giving subsidies and not private sector or vice versa?
No. What I know is now the government and the private sector will be in the level field, as you say, but the farmer will get a sort of a lump sum of money, and the price will be almost equal in everywhere, so that the farmer will have to think and buy it based on the requirement.
So, the cash grant may not be full quantity that is required, but part of the expenses to support the economy.
Yeah, but then the Department of Agriculture must go into it and see that based on the field level, the nutrient availability. So we may have to, Department of Agriculture may have to play a big role to see that will not have any nutrient deficiency at field level to sustain the productivity.
Thank you very much. There's an online participant who is coming up with a question for you. It gives a lengthy introduction, but I will skip the introduction and bring the question part only. What he says is, what we need is a systematic approach to mechanize and automate our agriculture sector by integrating smart technology to face the labor challenges. Therefore, I would like to know, that means the member would like to know if there are any systematic approaches or any programs to mechanize and automate by adding smart technology to the Sri Lankan agriculture sector.
Yeah, even the Department of Agriculture, especially the Field Crop Research and Development Institute with the FMRC, they have initiated some programs at this time. I think Mr. Chamila and some other engineers also have initiated some of the things to especially give some smart technology to the other field crop sector. And also now some of the some of the projects like the Agriculture Modernization Project has also initiated this type of activities with the support of private companies. I think it is the way forward for the agriculture to move, especially to reduce the involvement of the labor, which is in higher side always when times come. So therefore, I think the Department of Agriculture and also nationally, we should give some support to initiate this type of activities to enhance the smart agriculture in Sri Lanka.
Thank you very much. Dr. Himali Kotalawala, this set of questions for you. Now, the question is on extension, but beyond e-extension. Leave the extension aside. And the question is there an extension strategy developed targeting the small-scale farmers in the country, especially in the dairy sector, other than the e-extension part?
Yes. We have already developed, as I mentioned in my presentation, to develop small-scale farmers as entrepreneurs, actually. So with the business models and the required the technical information, as well as the, setting inputs also for those farmers. Yes, we have a model.
Thank you very much. Another question. Are there any barriers to popularize poultry at domestic level? That's the example that has been given here. To increase food security, especially by increasing consumption of eggs. Are there any barriers? That's the question.
Actually, yeah, the barrier is the diseases. Diseases are there. Sometimes, since the poultry sector is well developed, so disease, if we are popularizing the homestead family poultry, the diseases may come from family poultry to the commercial poultry. So the loss will be big. But now, in this scenario, I hope the earlier, the family poultry contribution was somewhere around 5% to the total sector egg production. But now I hope, and we are in the process of developing with a health package and also the feeding strategy with good guidelines to popularize family poultry to maintain the nutritional status of rural poor families.
Okay, thank you. Another question, this time on from an online participant. Says, since Sri Lanka is focusing more on tourism, there is high potential in medium to long term in swine industry based on food waste from the hotel industry, so that the feeding part is linked with the production. What are the projects and programs available in this regard?
Yeah. Actually, yes, the swine industry does use the kitchen leftovers of the hotel industry. So it's a plus point of the swine industry. But a lot of environmental issues are there with the swine industry. And also swine is practiced along the coastal belt in some ethnic communities. It is not very commonly practiced in the country. We don't have very big projects now, but we have a project to minimize the environmental effects and educate farmers to maintain their status of good animal husbandry practices to prevent the environmental issues of the swine sector.
Okay, thank you. One more question. Again, from online participants. One of the online participants. Is it possible to develop the dairy sector with restrictions on meat production? What are the expected policy changes in this regard?
Yes. It's an issue for the dairy sector, but since we are, according to our culture and the thinkings of people, concerns are there. But I hope now with the existing policies and existing regulations, we can cull animals. That is the beef sector. You also, in my presentation, it is a big component of the GDP in the livestock sector. So we don't actually, we don't have a proper system and we of culling animals, but naturally it happens. Policy level, yes, policy level, specific policy is not there to remove all the animals, non-productive animals.
Right, thank you very much. And Mr. Dhammikaranathan, seems there are a lot of questions. You have generated a lot of interest probably. So these are not the questions I'm asking based on the order that it came to me, but so it will be here and there. Bear with me for that. Now, there's a question saying that, do you have any programs to use the byproducts of the fisheries industry? Now, for example, there's an example being given with this organic fertilizer issue, and we can use a lot of byproducts from the fisheries industry. Now, likewise, are there any programs to use the byproducts?
Yeah, definitely there are several programs to use. There are several programs to use byproducts. Even within the Paliagoda fish market itself, we have a fish feed production facility, and also the organic fertilizer, some organic fertilizer projects are there. But problem is sometimes due to a huge transport cost, some projects are not very feasible, but there are people who collect those byproducts and involved in certain industries.
Okay. Right. There's another question. You can keep your mic on because the series I'm going to ask you. Right. And you were talking about canning of fish locally. And I remember you said Lina is the most common fish being used. So the question is something related to that. Is canning of fish done with local production or imported fish?
Yeah, both. Basically, the main raw material is Lina fish, which we catch locally. But some times of the year, they find that there are no enough Lina fish in the market. And also Lina is a very competitive fish variety because a lot of people want Lina because that's a relatively cheap fish variety. Even our restaurant sector, they also want to buy a lot of Lina. And sometimes, fishermen use Lina as a bait also. Therefore, there is a heavy demand for Lina fish. So sometimes our canned fish producers cannot find enough Lina from the local market. At such occasions, we help them to import mackerel fish from overseas for canned fish industry. There is a tax concession also to import mackerel fish for the use of canned fish factories.
So basically what you say is majority, if you look at the local canning, is done by the local
Local
production.
production.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Next question is on about inland water bodies and their utilization, like freshwater bodies, brackish water bodies, and so on. The question is, what measures have been taken for overcoming the present situation of inland fisheries and aquaculture for better food security using these inland water bodies? Are there any bottlenecks, for example?
The main bottlenecks is, as I explained in my presentation, is the fingerling production. Because we want to stock fingerlings. Actually, at present, we are using almost all large perennial water reservoirs and medium scale water reservoirs, but we have about 10,000 seasonal reservoirs. Actually, that is the area we want to enter into, but there are limitations, but that it is what NAGDA is trying to do with the engagement of the communities and private sector to produce more fingerlings. If we produce more fingerlings, definitely we can go for more reservoirs.
I mean, just a question coming from me after listening to you. You said we have been using larger reservoirs almost to the
almost
max.
all larger reservoirs. Yes.
So okay, but the idea that I got was we are not using them to the potential. That's what I thought.
Yeah, actually now there are two things. One is whether we use the reservoir or not. Then second thing is whether we use it to the full capacity.
Okay.
We may not use them to the full capacity, but we use almost all large reservoirs.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm not asking about percentages and so on. It will be difficult to say, definitely, right? Right. One more questions coming up. Do we have a potential to meet the dried fish requirement other than dried sprats? You said there's a difficulty in terms of other dried fish requirement and canned fish requirement of the country.
Yes, I think I have explained a bit in my presentation also. That we have imported about 10,000 metric tons of dried fish, but we have locally produced about 60,000 metric tons of dried fish. Therefore, it is not difficult to produce more 10,000 more dried fish in the country. And also, we have the capacity in the canned fish factories to produce sufficient canned fish for the requirement of the local market, but we have not been able to fulfill the total requirement so far due to various restrictions. One is availability of leaner fish. Second thing, even if you import mackerel, then you need other requirements like foreign exchange and things like that. Then the cost of production has also gone up in the recent past. Even for the can alone, they have to spend something like 80 rupees for the empty can. So their cost of production has gone up. Therefore, still they have not been able to produce the local requirement. But what I have to say is, yes, we have the capacity to produce our total dried fish production and canned fish production in the country.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. Is there a possibility to manufacture fish meal to meet our requirements?
Yes, actually, we are producing fish meal, but still we have not been able to produce the full requirement of fish meal. I think still we do not have the full capacity to produce the total requirement of fish meal in the country.
Roughly how much, what is the share that, if you can just give a ballpark figure?
Yeah, no, actually, I don't have the very correct
that's fine.
Figure about that.
Yeah, okay. Okay, one more question. Is there any possibility to introduce different new products, like, hope I will pronounce it correctly, salting fish? That's the name given here. Fried fish products like in Thailand and other countries using inland fish. The products, new products coming up.
Yes, actually, even now they are producing products like smoked fish and dried fish using inland fish. And also there is a project to produce canned fish also using
Mhm.
inland fish. Of course, there is a potential to produce those items. I think NARA has done a lot of research on this. They have invented various new items which can be produced with the inland fisheries. But I think still we need to do more investments, and there should be manufacturers to take up the challenge
Yeah.
and do these things.
Okay, next question is to both Dr. Ajanta de Silva and Mr. Ranatunga, because it's talking about rice-fish integration. So the simple question, can we introduce rice-fish integration in Sri Lanka?
Yeah, actually, through a EV program, so it has been introduced, right? Only thing is now with this all agrochemicals, what we are using in the rice sector, it is not really feasible of doing it, except for an area where you are going to go for completely organic or whatever. But it is very, the chance is very remote.
I think
Yeah.
Dr. Ajanta has given the right answer.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. Yes, I think we can now move on to, okay, there's another question for Dr. Himali Kotalavala. The question is, what is the possibility of improving the duck industry in the areas with village tanks?
We have not.
I mean, we
explored-
are covering the whole sphere of
Yeah.
animals right now.
Yeah, actually, we have not exploited the duck industry in Sri Lanka. I think there are possibilities. So we have to, yes, go for.
Any special concerns that we have to have?
No. Market is the concern.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that link is not
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
right? Also demand and supply should
Supply,
work
yeah.
well. Okay, right. Thank you. Dr. Mandara, I hope you're online. Dr. Mandara?
Yes,
Right. There are a few questions for you. One question I think you have already answered, but let me read that. It says, what's your opinion about agroforestry? Can we develop agroforestry to conserve vegetation and increase food productivity or contribute to food production? I think you tackled this during your presentation, so I will skip that question. But the next question, again, coming from the audience who are online, wild harvested food, wild, W-I-L-D, food plays a significant role in Eastern European countries. In Sri Lanka, what are the avenues, legal rights to enter the forest and harvest food products in a sustainable manner? Dr. Bandara?
Okay, it's a very good question that actually we are giving permits to collect some of those non-timber forest producers, such as bee honey, kitul, tapping the kitul trees, collection of the different herbal species, herbal fruits like nelly, and other species like hull, berelia, that sort of fruits and foods. So we are giving the permits to collect those wild species. But only the thing is we are giving some restrictions to collect this much of fruits or the food from the forests. So we have done a small resource inventory, and according to the inventory, we have identified this much of fruits or the canes or bamboos can be harvested from the particular forest. So based on the resource, we are giving the permits.
So that permit is given as a percentage of the area? How does it happen, Dr. Bandara?
It happened on the resource base. I mean, for example, if you got the canes for the rattan, so we estimated that we can remove this much of rattan vines from the particular forest area. So we are giving the permits to remove that much of rattan from the forest. So that's the basic principles we are using for giving the permits to collect non-timber forest producers.
All right. Another question again online. What are the immediate steps taken to improve the ecotourism with the forestry sector in 2023?
Yes, the forest department, we are having a long history about the ecotourism, but the contribution was not very significant. I mean, the maximum we have earned from the ecotourism is around 150 million rupees in 2019. So we are having a program to improve the forest ecotourism program, and we are planning to increase this contribution around 500 millions in 2024. Basically, the, the tourism, the tourism sector of the country, I mean, they are having their own tourist routes. Some of those our tourist destinations, like even Singaraja, is not in the popular tourist route. So we have proposed the tourism ministry and the tourism authorities to include those our destination also for their tourist routes. And in ecotourism, the most important thing is that is the conservation. We cannot use the forest. You cannot build large infrastructure development within the forest, but outside the forest you can do it. But basically, we have to conserve the forest. And the second most important thing is that there should be some income generation activities for the local community. So basically, it is conservation and the earning for the local community is the major main thing we have to consider when we are talking about ecotourism.
Thank you very much. Okay, a long-lasting question that has come up in many cases. The question to you is, why can't we replace the hilltops with unnecessary pinus trees? That's the question. And also to allow, I'm reading the question, allow water-preserving plants like Mara and other beneficial trees, and also ban the hilltops from construction of houses and hotels.
Yeah, it's a very broad question. The pinus, when you're talking about the pinus and the exotic tree species in the hilltops, it's the contribution or the percentage is very, very small. It's less than 5% or less than 1% in the Badulla district, and then even in the Nuwara district, it's about 1.5% or something. Very, very minute percentage of those species are planted in the hilltops or the central highlands. Yes, we have to accept that sometimes we have planted some of those exotic tree species in the catchment areas, but most of the exotic tree species we have planted in the highland areas are in the productive forest lands. So we are having a plan to convert those catchment areas for local slow growing species. We are trying to incorporate or introducing those local species in those areas. So that program is there, but it is a big challenge to establish a natural forest or the restoration forest with that very much degraded sites. That is the challenge, but we are having that program now.
Thank you very much. This question maybe Dr. Bandara can also answer, maybe former Director General Agriculture. Dr. Ajanta De Silva may also answer this question. It says now dwindling forests definitely give a rise to issue with respect to wild animal attacks on agriculture and so on. So the question is there any thoughts in dealing with these problems as in a situation where food and nutrition security has become a problem at the moment? So I think not Dr. Bandar, let me ask Dr. Ajanta De Silva.
Yeah,
to explain.
I think it is one of the burning issue for the, especially the people who are close to the forest conserves. And it is not even the forest areas, but even in the other areas also, all these wild animals are giving a huge threat to the crop production. So this is being taken up at different levels, even at the highest level, which is in the parliament also. Now this is being discussed. And I can remember the wild, what is that? Saptahinsa
Welfare.
Welfare Act. So I was there at that time. So we both were there. It has been debated so much because now as a country, we thinking about whether we are thinking about the humans who are here to feed them or to see whether the growing of these animals. So it's a questionable thing, and with the religion which we are now mostly enjoying also is giving some sort of a negative approach for this type of things. But anyway, now there are some measures trying to implement from the government also to get them into a certain level, especially some of these like the wild boars and some other animals, but not some of the conserved animals. So that problem is there.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, the next question is actually proposing a solution. So maybe Dr. Himali Kotalawala would be the best person. I'm reading exactly the way it is written here. Can we improve the use of meat of pest animals such as Rilava, Monera, and wild boar?
Actually, I can't say yes or no because it's up to the consumer.
Yeah, it's a consumer preference that you have. Okay, right. Well, another question coming, though it came late, I thought of taking this up. Once again, Dr. Kotalawala, is to you. Now, targeting self-sufficiency and dairy and poultry production in 2030. What is the minimum requirement of milk, poultry, and egg consumption per person per year? So per capita consumption, or related to self-sufficiency to fulfill. Now the question goes beyond that, the protein requirement. See, the target is protein requirement, and we are looking at what is the per capita requirement that we are targeting in 2030.
Can't remember the exact figures of protein requirement. The milk, actually, I recommend milk requirement as 180 ml per person per day. So when it comes to
180
milliliters per person per day.
Milk,
milk.
Yeah, sorry.
So actually, yes, according to this calculation, we have to produce somewhere around 900 million liters per year. So I showed you, now we do consume, actually up to 2022, we have consumed 1,200 million liters per year with the imported milk. But if we have to produce everything locally, now we are producing 450 million liters per year. So if we can double the production, we can meet the requirement. And in the egg, yes, as per the Medical Research Institute recommendation, the egg consumption, now we until 2020, we produce somewhere around 3,200 million eggs per year. It also should be double. It's somewhere around 7,000 million eggs per year.
Right, thank you very much. Again, Mr. Dhammika Ranatunga, there are two more questions that you have to answer. It's a long shot, I must tell you. Is there new measures popularizing programs such as satellite technology in marine fishing? And what will be the targeted export value of fish by 2025? Two different questions, but maybe interlinked. Yes.
Yes. Actually, now we have a very advanced VMS system, vessel monitoring system linked to satellites, which was donated to us by Australian government. Now we are going to install those vessel monitoring equipments in all 4,500 multi-day vessels, and we have already installed those equipment in more than 1,200 vessels. That project is ongoing. So with that, we can monitor the movements of all the vessels, and not only that, in danger situation also, we can help them, we can communicate with the vessels. So that is going to be the best vessel monitoring system in the South Asia. So the next question
is what will be the targeted export
Yeah,
value?
actually now our present target income is US dollar 318 million US dollars in 2021, and we are targeting to increase it up to at least 500 million US dollars in 2025 with the improvement of especially the aquaculture sector, because especially the aquaculture products such as shrimp, lobsters, and crab. And we also try to reduce the post-harvest loss in tuna production. With that, we think we will be able to increase the volume of tuna imports as well.
Right. Thank you very much. Once again, this question, I think you partly responded in the question, but let me read that. You can add or, we can leave it there. Having a huge marine resource surrounding the country, why have we not achieved the self-sufficiency in fisheries? Yet, why we haven't catered to the export market to earn foreign exchange? So basically linked together, huge marine resource. Why are we still struggling in terms of meeting our requirement as well as exporting fish?
Yeah, I think I have explained that we have imported mainly three main products: the dried spreads, dried fish, and canned fish. And also we have imported some varieties of food fish like talapat and copra. Actually, we can limit that importation. Talapat and copra we do not want to import because we have enough tuna fish in Sri Lanka. Actually, we are trying hard to increase the production of dried fish and canned fish. I think we have somewhat succeeded in achieving the improving the canned fish production and dried fish production. But exports are also very important because we are exporting our fish products to niche market. Actually, our more than 50% of our products goes to European Union area, and we are getting a good price for our exports. And actually, in any way, we do not want to lose that income as well, because that is really important for the country. And at the same time, though we have a huge marine resource, our catch is also limited. Because one reason is though we have 8 times more, our exclusive economic zone is 8 times more than the land area, but our shallow water area is very limited. Most of the fish varieties live in the shallow water area, and that is one limitation we have. And scientists also find that our maximum yield from the coastal fisheries is 250,000 metric tons per year.
That's what he said. Yeah. Thank you very much. The last question goes to Dr. Ajanta De Silva. Now, people are talking about these private-public partnership approaches. It's the last question, as I told you. Now, are there any attempts made to improve this service provisioning, enhancement of, say, for example, getting private-public partnership in crop animal integration, value addition, and so on?
Now, if we talk about private-public partnership, yes, of course, now it has to be promoted. Now, if the Department of Agriculture has already initiated, especially for seed industry. The private sector is involved now, especially the hybrid seed production. The parents are being given, and now they are producing the chili seeds. And also now the other, like some other vegetable production, vegetable hybrids also, they will start initiating this type of program. But for integration, of course, with the marine, the fish and because what do you call this, all the other sectors, it has not been initiated. I think it is high time all these sectors should get together and initiate some of the programs, and to see whether private sector also can be involved in this type of operations.
Thank you very much. Well, that ends a Q&A session. And yes, you have a question?
Yes, Professor Buddhimara, you have to give me 2 minutes, I guess.
It's a question or what?
Yes.
Oh, you have a
Somebody
question?
Somebody has sent me a question,
Okay.
right? Two questions. Number one, I don't know who has written this one. Number one, to what extent SLEAG is involved in agriculture policy making and formulation? Because I have to answer that because it is written to me. Number two, to what extent top level policymakers accept your technical recommendations? Because number one, the answer is this. The government appointed a committee to formulate the agricultural policy in 2020. So 5 of our members, they were there. They were the members of that committee. I don't want to mention the names, but they were not representing our organization, but they were there. Our members, we can say that our members were there in that committee. Number one. Number two, after drafting that agricultural policy, it was sent to us too, and we had a one-day session, and we submitted our comments and recommendations to be considered in preparation the final one. We don't know what happened to those things. Not only that, we submitted some suggestions and comments for two other main agriculture related policies, that is environment policy and the land policy, which were drafted by the respective ministries. And second question is, to what extent the policymakers, the top level policymakers accept your technical recommendation? I can't answer that question because those policies are not published yet. Right. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's good to add one thing to what the SLEAG president said. As a member of that committee, initially and later kicked out, I must tell you, as until the last version went in, the comments given by SLEAG and many, not only SLEAG, many other professional organizations and bodies were given due consideration and taken into account. Thank you. So with that little introduction, little comment, let me wind up the discussion session, and thank you very much for everyone for active participation.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And now we have come to the end of the program, and I would like to invite Mr. Nalin Munasinghe, Assistant Representative FAO, to deliver the closing remarks. Hope Mr. Nalin Munasinghe is there online with us. So over to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I think I am audible to everyone. The President, SLEAG, and also the members of SLEAG, all the members, distinguished participants, and also very importantly, the presenters. I think, today this session was one of the best, we have had in the recent past. Simply because, as Professor Marabe said, it's not easy to have 4 sectors coming together and sharing such valuable set of information. We all know in Sri Lanka, when we are trying to get information, how difficult it is. Simply because, they are scattered. And they are with different people, they are with different, authorities. So it's not easy to get this kind of a very rich set of information in, say, 4 hours time, and followed by a very rich discussion coming, a lot of questions where even high end further, say decision makers also should have been there today to listen to these technical information which you all tabled. So we are very happy to have this kind of a session, and thank you for inviting us. And thanks to Professor Marabe in particular for giving the real pulse to it and digging the best and tabling for the benefit of many. So in conclusion, as the concluding remarks, I'm not trying to talk much since the program got little delayed as well, but I have to speak here in terms of the 4 sectors, especially the presenters who spoke. And when I listened to Dr. Ajanta first, when it comes to the crop sector, and I was happy to hear that even though we were talking about a lot of issues in the sector, but except say paddy and also maybe maize, but we are still good at in terms of the other crops that are available. But at the end of the day, we all understand how important the paddy sector, maize sector is in this country. Paddy as the staple, say the rice, the staple food of this country, and also maize as both, even, as a crop at the same time as a, feeding, crop for the animal sector. So we need to understand how important they are as well, even though, despite many issues right now in terms of getting fertilizer, getting the fuel, getting, all inputs, etc., where the presenters very clearly spoke about. I think we as development partners, we have also taken the issue at a high level. We are trying our level best to support the government with the participation of technical inputs, the technical officers and their inputs. We are trying to see how best we can support the farmers of this country in order to support the cultivation of forthcoming Maha and Yala seasons. So that's, in terms of the crop. So thank you very much, for all these valuable information. And also Dr. Ajanta's short-term, medium-term, and long-term, plans that we have also, heard today in terms of the crop sector. And those are really important for FAO, in particular, for us to consider in future planning, especially, at a time where we are trying to, talk about and to finalize the country programming framework. And it's not only for crop sector, even for the other 3 sectors as well. Then when it comes to, say, a very quick glance to look at the livestock sector, and I really like Madam Kotalawala's say, milk as a cash crop. Why not? Always. And we also understand how difficult it is and how much we are depending on the imports when it comes to milk. So we are happy that, for the time being, the eggs and also chicken meat, they are much better. We are doing good. In the last few years, we have grown up to a certain extent, but still we need, more. As per her last, answer to the question, we still need to double both these sectors in order to meet the requirement. But at least we are doing good. But let's try to improve further. And FAO has just begun one project in terms of improving the fodder sector for the livestock to make sure that the productions would be much higher than earlier. So the steps taken by the livestock sector, especially in terms of, bringing the high yielding varieties, going for private-public partnerships to support the industry, and also farmer level discussions, participations, e-extension programs that are being underway, and also to improve local production of vaccines, drugs, and also, say, feed additives. These are all good proposals, madam, that you tabled today, which we also can take them into our own attention in the CPF preparation. In terms of the fisheries sector, very happy, to see that there are certain growths from certain sectors, but sad to hear that the fish loss and damage and waste that is being happening in the country, therefore, the perishabilities are so high, the post-harvest losses are so high. So that simply tells us there's a lot more to do in the fisheries sector. And through Dr. Dhammika's presentation, it is very clearly mentioned the growth in the aquaculture sector. And that simply tables us the potential improvements that we all can, think of. So FAO would definitely like to work on the aquaculture sector in future, which we might, consider that in the CP, we can consider that in the CPF that is being discussed, all this time. Last, but not least, this is very important, the forestry and environment sector, which are not being heard and discussed or spoken much when it comes to food security. So we should thank to Dr. K.M.A. Bandara for highlighting the importance of forestry, trees, and environment, and the nice link that you made, sir. It was really, really good. And I think it's an eye-opener for all the other sectors, that the forestry and environment and how potential they are in order to support the food security and nutrition sector of the country. And your presentation clearly, tabled it very, very easily to, in an easier manner to understand. And, I'm sure, right, it is important for us to consider of this ecotourism part, as you said, because this is where something that we can make use of in the future. Now, forest is a valuable resource. It can, we need to conserve it. It generates a lot of ecosystem services where even an average person cannot even understand. But at the same time, we can make use of it in order to bring more and more tourist attraction, so that while conserving, we can find ways for sustainable livelihoods for the people who are living in the forest and the forest buffer stocks, basically. So, we all know that without the community participation in the forest buffers, obviously, it's very unlikely that we protect the forest that we always talk about. So if we want to protect, if we want to reserve this 29% that is available right now, let's go for these sustainable approaches in future. So overall, I'm very thankful to everyone today and giving this beautiful and very rich, context to the World Food Day function. And this is our main technical function. We just had, 2 days ago, we had the Colombo function here to mark the World Food Day in terms of bringing all stakeholders together. And today we had this technical session, and we are thanking to the Sri Lanka Institute of Agriculture for giving us this opportunity and taking the lead and taking the courage and do this very important program. So once again, thank you everyone, and we are there to help you. So FAO remains with the technical team of these 4 sectors even for future. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nalin Munasinghe. Then I kindly request Professor S.P. Nishankar, General Secretary SLIAC, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ran. Distinguished guest, all SLIAC members, ladies and gentlemen who are in the auditorium and also joining through Zoom. It is with great pleasure I am presenting this vote of thanks as the final item of today's event. I strongly believe that you all agree with me that we just concluded a very interesting discussion, a timely needed topic. We had a very successful discussion giving a coverage on the World Food Day of FAO by inviting eminent stakeholders, leaders, head of the stakeholders who have the authority and the execution power to address the food and nutrition security of our nation. So actually, Governing Council met on 6th October. We decided to have a program for the World Food Day, and then we invited the FAO and the Department of Agriculture to jointly organize this, and they vehemently agreed to our request, and we witnessed the outcome of this. And actually, we all, I think, proud of what is the coverage given in today's program. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of this SLIAC, I express my sincere appreciation to Mr. Vimalendra Sharan, the FAO representative for Sri Lanka and Maldives, for accepting our invitation to organize this event jointly, and also providing the financial support and gracing the event by making a very thought-provoking presentation. And we wish, he actually had the dream of seeing the world free of hunger. We wish that his dream will come true in the future. And also from the same office, Mr. Nalin Munasinghe, who concluded give the concluding remark, give us the fullest cooperation in organizing this. Thank you, Mr. Nalin Munasinghe, the assistant representative of FAO, given all courage and also the making all the logistic regarding the network, the connecting the FAO with the SLIAC and the Department of Agriculture. Thank you very much. And also the address made by Dr. Jayanth Seneviratne, highlighting the tasks of the RRIDI and meeting the demand of the rice in the future, and also covering the role of the Director General. Thank you very much for your presence and making this speech. And also SLIAC express the heartfelt thanks to all invited presenters. Dr. Ajantha D. Silva, former Director General Agriculture, Department of Agriculture, Dr. Mrs. Himali Kotalawala, Director General, Department of Animal Production and Health, Mr. Dhammika Ranatunga, Director General Technical, Ministry of Fisheries, and Dr. K.M.A. Bandara, Conservator General of Forests, Department of Forests, for accepting our invitation and also making this presentation within a short period of time with our invitation and giving a very good coverage about the present status, where we are heading, future planning and way forward for meeting the challenges and addressing this crisis situation. And we wish all your expected key objectives of like sustainability, availability, and accessibility will be met successfully and serving the nation to get rid of this crisis situation. And also, without the support of, I mean, we are in a very like a high-tech auditorium, and without the support of the Department of Agriculture, we cannot have the session like this in a auditorium like this. And the former director, the Dr. Ajansi Silva, actually, he made all the approval before he left the office. And also, I mean, again, Dr. Mrs. Jayanta Ilankon gave the fullest cooperation and support extended to have this program in this venue. And thank you very much, the former Director General and also the present Director General, providing these opportunity. And also they have been giving all support to SLEAC, whatever we requested. That has been a very good cooperation we are having with the department. And Mr. Harin Piris, Director of the NICC, and also Mr. Kamis, Assistant Director, and also the and also his team doing all these audio-visual arrangement and providing all the logistic arrangement in this auditorium is greatly appreciated. And Mr. Rohan Pereira, again the Assistant Director from the same unit, giving this, making this comparing in a very impressive way. Okay, the other thing actually, we get a small, I mean, support from the staff of the Kundasali Agricultural School in making this floral arrangement with a very short notice, and we must appreciate their support in this regard. Okay, I mean, to run activity like this, there should be a leader, and leadership given by the president of the SLEAC is greatly appreciated, and also the impressive moderation done by the Professor Buddhimarambe and all the hard work of the SLEAC members in many ways. The GC members and the SLEAC membership is greatly acknowledged. Once again, if I miss any, thank you very much for helping in arranging this event, and wish you a, I think this the workshop, what we covered, will be a good piece of information for everybody to think, could be eye-opener for other sectors, and also will be available, made, I mean, I think with the permission of the presenters, we will make this presentation available online of the SLEAC, and then you can actually tap whatever the information you need. Once again, thank you everyone for their active participation online and also the on ground, and giving questions to have a very live discussion. Actually, that has been one of the great thing we observed. We had a very good discussion and very timely important questions were asked. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'm winding up the vote of thanks, and there is a message that you are requested to bring the water bottle if it is, if the water is remaining, to the lunch area, and lunch is provided in the rooftop. Thank you very much on behalf of the SLEAC Bank. Once again, we expect your fullest cooperation in the future activities as well. Thank you.